Hello, welcome to our third episode of Church Management System. And in today's episode, we really covered a lot of concepts. All of these ones you are seeing on the screen, we actually covered them. Okay, so I'm just going to take you through the demo and you see what we did in today's episode. So we started with the home page. So if you just go here on the home page, you can see we just edited the home page and we first removed the header section. We now added in the request form where you can request to get this system. So this system is meant for different parishes under Roman Catholic Church. So if you have a parish, you can manage all the digital parish records and other things that you can track. So the first request, you just come here and request. Now this endpoint, actually we did not work on it, but we designed the form. Now what was challenging here actually was getting all the countries with their states. So for instance, when you just come here and you say Kenya, so when you just come here and you say Kenya, and you select Kenya, then you just that now you have only the states that are from Kenya only. Okay, so when you change this to Uganda, just say Uganda, and then you're going to see now that you get the ones that are in Uganda. Okay, nice. So that was what we did on this. What is remaining is actually adding the endpoint where we can submit this. Okay, now that was the first thing that we worked on. After finishing that, we started, of course, the subdomain login and working on this. But before we did that, of course, we worked on the subdomain homepage before we worked actually on the subdomain login. So I'm just going to first log in as an admin. So if you just go back to this and you scroll down, there is where we have the login admin area login. So this one takes you to this admin login. I'm just going to go ahead and log in as an admin. Okay. Then after logging in as an admin, I'm just going to go ahead and so you can see I've logged in and I'm just onto this page where you see all the churches I have in the system. So before I just show you, before I just go to click on manage, now if I click onto this link, it should take me to the subdomain or this page. Where is it? This page here, the subdomain homepage. That is like the subdomain for this parish. So you just click on this. This is going to take me to the subdomain homepage. And you can see that it loads actually this data from the DB. Now, right now, we're just like having still the same data. We are going to be having this, but you saw the data loading. So this page is going to be dynamically being pulled from the database for each individual church. Okay, we have just like basics. We have the header, which has the contact and with the donate button and the login area. And then we have the weekly schedule for masses. You can look at the masses when they are there, and some events and the contact. Very easy, not complicated. The only thing is these ones are going to be customizable from the dashboard. So now the next thing that we implemented, of course, was the login. Okay, the subdomain login. So before we go to the subdomain login, if I go back in here and I click now on manage, okay, like this, okay, you will see that inside here I just enter into the actual parish. We also worked on the sidebar, by the way, and on this parish now you can see we are going to be having the overview page, which is going to be giving us some quick details about the church. But then we have some other pages that I have here. So if you just click on admins, this is where you can actually create administrators. Okay, so we can just go ahead and create another administrator. So I'm just going to click here and let's add an administrator here. Just going to add him this image, I will just give him a name of Desisub Technologies. Desisub Technologies. I will just give the email of Desisub. Okay, I'm just going to maybe feed in here, and I will also feed in here. Okay, yeah, so just going to go ahead. So here you can see we are creating an admin within this parish. So this is the data that I'm going to be sending to the admin. I'll be sending him this information, and he will be using this information to log into the parish. So you just click this. This is going to go ahead and create a new registration. Welcome to this. I'm not sure why this user we just created. Let's just like I just know why. We're just not revalidating. So here I think I just did not revalidate because I'm using React query, so I forgot to revalidate the admins. So you can see we have this new admin. Now this admin now can just go ahead and log in. So where do you log in? So if you just go back to the page, this page here, there is this login. Okay, so now it takes you to the login, but if you look at the login, it is actually on the subdomain. So now I'm just going to go ahead and add in the email. I'm just going to go ahead and log in. Okay, so you can see that I've logged in, and this is a different dashboard so this is going to be the dashboard for this parish, or for the parishes that are going to use this dashboard. You can see it is different, has different links and everything. They will start managing everything from this side. Yeah, so far that's what we managed to do. It was actually hard work, more especially to configure everything to work. That's why it took us a lot of time, but we managed to add all these layouts and everything. So far so good, and I'm so much excited so far where the project has reached, and we are still moving forward. Thank you so much. Let's dive into the episode. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 3 of our church management system. So previously in episode 2 we looked at advanced error handling, React query, and subdomain assignment. I think the biggest of all was the subdomain assignment, and we made it work also in production. So in today's episode, so this is going to be episode 3. See if I'm just going to update here to episode 3. So in this episode 3 we want to at least add some of these things here. Okay, the subdomain login, subdomain homepage, and then subdomain dashboard, and we want to make sure that we configure all these things and we see how we can progress with this application. So right now we have these pages. Now in this system actually we not need a home page. If we could just actually add the home page. You can see right now it is just redirecting here on this, but we could actually just add a very nice home page. Let me see. Just first go ahead in the front, just go in the web. I'm just going to go to page, Just want to go to page, just scroll up here. So the actual page is in home here, and if you look at home, I'm just simply saying redirect to this. So you can just go ahead and leave this, remove it, and if you just route home page, we'll see the home page. So we could just exchange it to favor ourselves, just in the case if someone wanted to contact us and he wants a parish system, he would really come and contact us. So there is actually a homepage component that I have that I would want to use. On here. Okay, I would just want to use on here. So just give me a second. Let me just get it. See if I can just get it and share it with you. So for the landing page, I wanted something very simple, like this, where I have like the image that shows something like this, and then I also wanted the form where someone can fill out and reach out to me if he wants this system. So so basically I need something like this. So I tried to ask Cloud to do that. So we just have copied a link that I'm just going to share with you, this one. Let me just this, I will share this link in the description, so you just click in it and it will take you to this chat. So basically just like try to copy this. So there is where we have the form. So I'm just going to copy this and I will just go to our schema. So this is the web. There is where we have the types, and in the types, remember we have the church schema. So I'm just going to create this as the contact, because this is contact. Okay, contact. And I'm just going to call this one system contact, because that will be contact for the parish system dot contact dot schema dot ts. Okay, so like this. So like this is the state, country, state, then parish, then role, email, and WhatsApp. So this is the data we are collecting. We are collecting the person's country, state, and the parish they come from, their full names, the role at the parish, and their email address, and the WhatsApp number we can use to contact them. Okay, so with that, let's continue. Next is creating here types, location.ts, export country, state, and country state data. Okay, I'm just also going to add this in here. And then we have now hooks, use countries data, and let me see, assuming use effect load countries, assuming your JSON file is in the public data countries.json. So just going to create in public this, so that we just use it like an API. So let me just do that if I see if it is going to work. So I'm just going to come here and I press data, and then in this we're just going to add countries.json, countries.json, JSON like this. Now this JSON file, we are going to get it from, so just go here and just say jb.thisishub.com. This is my portfolio. Just go to blogs, and the blog we want is the one with snippets. So there is here where we have frequently used called snippets, like this one. I'm not sure if it actually added it down somewhere. So scroll down to where we have, okay, there is where we have countries with codes and flags. So there is where we have this. That's not the one we want. The one we want is countries with states. So this one. So I'm just going to copy this and let me paste it in here. Okay. So it seems it has a problem. So, but if you minimize, I'm not sure why it has a problem. Oh, okay. So say property keys must be double quoted, and here it cannot auto format, which is a big problem. How are we going to load to do that? Okay, so I can actually just get where I go to this. I need to make sure that I update this actually, but let me just say here countries, countries, state, something. So just need to look for the one which has GitHub like this, and just go to JSON, and this is why we have countries, states like this. So you can actually just go ahead and either download this, or you can copy the raw file like that, and let's go ahead and paste it in here like this. Okay, nice, because we cannot afford to modify that, and for that reason I'm also going to change in here in my portfolio where I have that reusable snippets, more especially when it comes, I don't know why this changed for some reason. So just going to go here and remove this. And I want to actually add this. Okay, nice. So just going to go ahead and push this git add dot and git commit added countries and git push. So by the time you check this, maybe you will actually find it. I know why it is saying I did not even make any changes. Let me just add here some should significant development time. Happy coding. What do you mean now that I've not made changes? Okay, nice. So I'm just going to close this. By the time you just like watch this video, you will find when this is fixed. Okay, but if it is not, then you just go ahead and get it from the source here. And I'm also going to copy this to my repo, just in case I want to reference this in the future. So I'm just going to go down here and I say countries API. Okay, nice. So with that, just leave this one. We still need to use this somewhere. So with that, just going to continue. So here they're saying this is going to be in hooks. So I'm just going to create a hook of use countries, and it is returning countries. So let's just go to hooks. Just to have the hooks here, I'm just going to say use countries, use countries, use countries .ts. Okay, let's just go ahead and fix this. The country. Okay. Then moving on is we have dot source data dot roles dot ts, so we can still use this and put the roles there. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so where we added the system contact, I'm just going to use this file again. I'm just going to add all these other ones. The roles like the pasta, assistant pasta. So like here, I don't know why it used the pasta, then the secretary. Okay, I think this is okay. I'm just going to say here, instead of pasta, I think I'm just going to use priest. So I'm just going to say here, priest, and then this is going to be priest, assistant priest, deacon. Okay, just say here assistant priest. Then there's deacon, parish administrator, secretary, parish secretary, volunteer coordinator, finance committee, sacristan, other staff, volunteer. Okay, so I think these are okay. Then we have this command. I'm not sure if we're supposed to actually suppose I think to install this on shard. Do we need to write it by ourselves? Okay, let's just make add it, but if it refuses, then we'll install it. Let's just do this. So this is on command select.tsx under components UI. Let's say in UI, if we add command select.tsx. So there is already command, but this is command select, so just use it like that. Then we have the parish landing. So this is going to be our hero section. Just going to copy it like this up to the end. Okay, just here. I'm just going to create in the sections. I'm just call hero dot, so the hero dot tsx. Okay, so here we have some files. So let's go ahead and create also the WhatsApp bubble. I'm just going to create this WhatsApp. So this is going to be useful for a person to contact. So just going to say WhatsApp bubble.tsx. And of course the countries, we already have them. Additional files, there is constants. I'm not sure if this is also important. I'm just going to copy this. I'm also going to go ahead and put them in this system contact so that we have only one file. Then just going to remove all these and try to actually import them manually. Okay, so there is this use countries hooks, and then we have the form schema from this. Then we have let's continue here. Everything is in red. I don't know why, but let's try to get this command. Select. Then we have okay, so up here, let me just first of all go ahead and specify that this is going to be use client. So we have everything there is supposed to be, but we have some errors. So it says from this one, I guess. So country, state, parish. So this is the form schema. So this is saying that overload. Okay, I'm just going to first use this parish landing. If I can just change, I'm just going to say export default. Export default function. Just going to remove this. Okay, I will just go here and let me try to add this to the home page. So replace this with this. Okay, let's go back here, see if okay, so page failed to load. We have the error, and here they're saying that roles is not defined. Okay, so there is something that is not defined, roles. So you just come back here, want to see where are the roles. Okay, can I just like import roles from this? Okay, let's see. Try again. Okay. Okay, I see now. WhatsApp bubble is not defined. I don't know why these are not WhatsApp. Okay, we have WhatsApp bubble here. They just do this. Okay, so finally we have something on the screen. Streamline your parish. Okay, so let's try to see if you select the countries which styles are not really well, but if you select this and then this now gives you the okay, I think this is good. So if you select some other country and then you select this, so we just need to fix the styles. So what I'm just going to do, I think these other components are good. The only thing I'm just going to first get out is this, the Parish Pro. So let me just go and see if I can separate these things alone. So the way we brought in this Parish, the WhatsApp, so even this section I need to take it out. So let me just go and see. Okay, so this contact section, just going to go ahead and cut this, or just simply simply copy it. Just going to say contact section.tsx rfc okay, just try to get this. Okay, so bring this here. So just going to go ahead and remove this. So just say contact section like that. Then now we have these other family connections. I think these are just like some features. So I'm just going to also get this. Let me just add here features section.tsx rfc, and let me add it here. So go back here and let's say features section. Okay, so then there is this additional contact email updates. I don't know if that is necessary, but I just want to remove also the header. So I'm seeing somewhere there is where we have a header, the right column, left column, just going to go here. I don't know why we have, there is why we have sort of like a logo or something. Oh, I think it's not there. The other one is just okay. I think that is good. Okay, so I think I'm just going to remove these all email updates, just increasing the form. So down here, just going to scroll down. Okay, just going to scroll down. Of this, of this. Okay, nice. And then for, I think state, counter and state, those ones are okay. I think apart from that, I think other places are good. This header, I will leave it. I will just customize it a little bit, but I just want now this to work well. So basically, I can just like need to fix this form somehow. So everything is right now not working because and read only blah blah. So I would just want to say I also would want to actually put the form in its own the right column, which is the form card. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to say that this is the system request form .tsx rfc. Just going to add this here. Okay, so this is which one, the one that is actually using all those things. Let's get the command. I think that command, and then I'm just going to first of all bring some of these things this side. Okay, to know which one we are supposed to take, I'm just going to go here, left column, and then the right column. I'm just going to say the system request form. Now if you just go back up here, you will see that we need to get these things. We have use effect. Okay, these if statements, state, countries, options, and even these all these ones. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut them up to here, and then just go to system. Now we just go ahead and add them here. So if you just go back, this side is simply removing all unused code. You can even just remove you can even remove the use client now, because no longer have anything that uses it. Okay, so this side is where we have the fight. I'm just going to go ahead and just get this hook and use from resolvers and everything. You can just get also use memo, and I think that's it. Okay, so I'm just going to try to give it to okay, so make sure that this is use client. So this should just like return the way it was now. What's the problem now? Hero.tsx, do we still have something for clicking? It seems somewhere we have I think from here. Okay. Form schema. And now we're using CN. It's here. Rows. Okay, so finally it is done. So this form, just going to take it either to we could just like either take it to v0, or we can take it to let me just open here. So I'm just going to open either DeepSeek. Let's see if it can try. Let's say I want to fix my form to use shard cn form component. Okay, I'm just also going to give it some. So there is one file that we are using, which is this one. I'm just going to say this is also my I don't know how we have called it, system contact, and here is my system at contact file, just like this. Okay, so instead of the command, I don't know if it can just use the command. If you just go to shard, we have the command here which has the search. So I'm just going to say that instead of the command select, to use command. Instead of command select, you can use command component from shard. So we can just copy this same information to v0 and we see if it can fix it also. Just like this. So now it's using it has continued using the command select. I'm not sure if that is supposed to be the command component. Okay, so it has this. I'm just going to try to replace this. We have equivalent errors still. I think the problem is on types. Let's see how it looks. It looks like it is even more terrible actually. We have errors is not defined. Where are the errors? Okay, this one it failed to fix it. Let's see what this v0 is so it just did for us the command again, this command select. I'm just going to check the command select. And then it changed the popover. The popover, I think we already have that. Then let's go to the system request. For some reason, actually, we don't have any errors now. Loading countries, then we have the default values, then we are watching the country. The only thing that I think that it might have removed is the search. Oh, actually it has the command select. Let's see. Might have solved the piece of the puzzle that we want. Okay, doesn't look bad actually. Just want to select the country so you can search. Let's just say Uganda, because I'm from Uganda. And for some reason, like the that disappears, but now I have all this. I can just like search for. Let me just see. I can even see our place. Okay, just say this. Problem now is with some CSS. So if I type here, okay, I just know what the problem is. So maybe, so this whole entire form, we are having this BG card. What happens if I just remove this? Because like the text is not having colors. Okay, BG card. So we could just also just do like text, maybe black, and if that one could help. Yeah, that one helps a lot. I think for now this will work. I still feel like the form is too long, so I'm just going to go ahead. Let me see if I remove this subheading. Yeah, I think that will work. That will work. So we just say Kenya, just say here Kenya, and then here just go ahead and you have this here, and you can just like put your region, Bomet, and then you just go ahead and put the parish, your full name, and this. If you try to actually, you have these errors. Okay, so for this, let me just put like plus 256 762 063. Okay, that's good. I think this is good. So the only thing I just have to do is create it for it an endpoint. Okay, so also I have to fix also this here. For this one, for now, just use this Parish Pro thing. Just going to go back to the hero section, and I'm just going to go ahead and you can remove this. Now if you just go to where we have the layout, the home layout is where we have our site header, and in the site header is where we have this main logo. So if you just go to the main logo, I just want to modify the main logo to show the text only. For now. I'm just going to go to, let me just go back to site head, and here you could just say variance to text only. See, for the text only, I'm just going to say Paris Pro, maybe for now. And here's going to go the tagline. And now it doesn't actually look like that we need the header, because the people, they will be having their own subdomain, so you don't need even this the join, since we have the join here. So you can just actually pretty remove that, and then maybe I could just create a simple footer like this last one. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that also. So in the hero section site head, I'm just going to go ahead, not here, in the layout. I don't see the reason why I should have that. And then for the site footer, this was a professional development. Yes, that's the div I want. I'm just going to comment out all this. Okay, and for now I'm just going to say, instead of red, I will just say blue. And I just only want to add I'll just simply add I'll remove the other last one. So you can also just go ahead and add this footer here. Okay, that is why we still have red. Can I just say red here to blue? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to put one of the cards to login. And here is going to be admin area login. and I'm just going to say link. Okay, so I'm just going to say slash auth login. Okay, so just like this. I'm just going to say textile, or maybe okay. So this is going to be taking us to the login. So just a bit customized the home page. The remaining part is making sure that we send this and it reaches the admin. Okay, you just need to send this to reach the admin. I don't know, when we just like reach on creating the APIs, let's just like finish the configurations. So I'm just going to customize now the login here. So you can see there is this whole red thing everywhere. I'm just going to go back to this. You can just click now back on blogs. There is where we have the creating a dashboard in Next.js. Click on this. So this is going to help us create a dashboard actually. So right now when you log in, I'm just going to go back to the login. So when I just go ahead and log in with the admin, and then here admin, so this takes me to the super admin dashboard. Okay, so I'm just going to click on churches. So you can say we have this a basic super admin dashboard, right? So I would want just to use an extensive dashboard that looks much serious than this, okay, but not complicated. So just going to go ahead and add in a dashboard, and then we can add in some links and so on. So let's just go ahead, and I will leave also a link to this, creating a dashboard. Now I already have some dashboards on Simple UI. If you want to use these ones, if you scroll down to where we have dashboards, so it's dashboard pages, sidebars here. So this is where we actually have sidebars here that are really pretty cool. Like you can see this popular one, this one. You can just go ahead and add in this, but for the work I want to do right now, I don't think I need a complicated one like this one. So just going to go for this one. I created this one for beginners to understand. So the first one, create the dashboard layout. So this needs to be added in the layout. So what we just need to do is we already have the super admin. Okay, so this is the layout of the super admin. So inside there, the super admin, you could just go here. You see that we have the components within the super admin. Like this. So this is where we're going to put all the components for the super admin. So you can just go ahead, and you could also put them outside in this, but I'm just going to put them, we already have the folder. So I will just go in the layout. Right now, this is the layout we have. If I minimize super admin, so this is the layout. It is using the sidebar component from ShadCN. You can see this comes from the sidebar. We're going to change that and use a simpler one. Now, we already have this get server user. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to simply first duplicate the old one. And let me just come here and add this new one. Just going to do this. So I just added a new one, which is just having this. You should not worry about all these. We're going to add them in a second. Let me remove the grid background. Okay, so we don't have all these other things that like these ones, but we're just going to create them in a second. For now, our user actually is coming from somewhere else, so you can see this is also checking session, and there will be a need of so I'm just going to go to the old one. Okay, the old one or the new one? Okay, the old one. And this is how we are getting in the old one, this is how we are getting the user, right? So copy this and let's add it here where we have the session thing. Okay, so we can just get now the server user, and now these two you can see we can remove them. Secondly, now we have to create these navbar and sidebar. So if you scroll down here, you can create the navbar component. So this navbar, now we're just going to go ahead in the super admin components. You can just create now the navbar. Navbar .tsx. So you can have this navbar, and this navbar is having a lot of things that we don't want. Specifically, we still have the session and everything, so we don't need, for instance, this whole thing of notifications. I'm just going to remove them. We don't need to do anything with notifications for now, so you can just like simply first go ahead and remove this, the whole component thing. So this is the button with this view or notifications. That's if it is open, otherwise it is showing this bell icon. So it is this one here. If you still wanted to keep it, you could actually keep it there by simply if an account is greater than 0, so just could put like 10 here, like that. Remove this if it is open. So it has, if it is greater than 0, mark or red, and I think here it has like the actual thing. Not sure, but I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so this and a red. So let's just already make it 10 actually. So handle mark, just move this, then remove this. Then remove this. Then we have this use effect, which we do not need now. Even this. Then there is loading. Okay, so the only remaining thing, if I just go ahead and remove this notification, we don't need it. this. Now the remaining thing that we just need is going to be the sign out and other things, but the session. So here we have handle sign out. We can just see where they have used this, and here we could just add our sign out button. I don't know if it is just in this where we did the sign out button something. Okay, at some point we just need to create the sign out in this. Let me see, let me first remove this sign out and session. I'm not sure if I have sign out or log out. Yeah, so we have the logout. Okay, and then for the notification types, you can remove also this. Okay, we have only one error, which is for the session. So if you look at the session, we are just getting the role. And why are we using this role? Because if you just like put this off, this is supposed to be used, I think, the role of the user. So instead, I think you're just going to pass in the user, just in case you want to get access to the user. It's going to be, I think, I don't know, we could just go in the layout for a second. And if you look at this user is of type user owner, so by the time you reach here to pass in the user in the navbar, so you could just first remove this, and here just going to pass in the user, which is user super admin. So if you just look at this is user, so this is going to be user. I'm also not sure where this user is coming from, the types. Let's look at the types. Okay, so this comes from auth2. I'm not sure if our user has all these details, but for now, let's just get this. I'm just going to use this one for now. So if you just go down here, we can remove where we have session. Okay, and then it's going to be user dot think role. Okay, so it seems like we have another user for some reason. So we have this user is saying that user refers to the value, but it's being used as a type. Do you mean type of? I thought this is just export interface. This is a type. For some reason, it's being used. User refers to a value, but is being used as a type. What do you mean that it is a value? Okay, just because we also have this user here. So for this one, I could just use user icon. Okay, so if you just go back here, we now remain with only the sidebar. So in the step 3, we're just going to add the sidebar. So create the sidebar component. So still in the components, I'm just going to create the sidebar.tsx. So let's look at it. Is also having this the session, which is actually giving us the data, and if you remove this data, you'd see what exactly it is giving us. So it is giving us the role. So we just need a role from I think from this we need a role. So I can just say item. Let me pass in the role in this. Now I'm not a fan of this type of components. I'm just going to say export default function, and let me just go ahead and remove this and also this. They say that export default, a module cannot have multiple defaults, so even this, remove it. Okay, so now just need to pass in the role, and role is type of, so this can be admin, super admin, so this can be admin. Super admin, and then user. So is this role now? We can do this filter here. So the nav items, we're just going to say this is going to be if no role, or if user, you say if session dot role. So here just going to say if role includes the item. Now we need to first do this to be able to get the full picture. So let's create the next component, which is actually not, just going to create this config file. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead, still in the components. So you could just create a config within this. Just create config, and this config, I'm just going to create sidebar dot or it could be just sidebar.ts, like this. Now first, we're not going to have permission, so remove this, but we can just have roles. Okay, so like we can have roles, is keeping it as a string array, but if you look at it here, we're just going to remove permissions. Okay, so other links, I'm just also going to remove them. I just need a few links for now. We'll add our others later. Users, roles, settings. Okay, you can just leave like, I don't know if we're just going to have settings. Okay, so this is our links. I'm just going to change this to, for instance, churches, and the churches is going to be super admin as churches. Just going to change this to a building. So for the roles, I'm just going to add only super admin. Just like this, super admin. Now if you just go back to the sidebar, we can just now get the nav items from here, nav items. So if you just do now, you see that you have dot roles. I think that comparison, let me see. Want filter and return I think we're just going to use now item dot roles. Here's going to be role. Now if you look at this, item dot roles is possibly, so just going to remove that possibility here, because of saying roles is this. Okay, so here you cannot just include this. Then in the sidebar, so you can see we are passing in the role in the sidebar. First of all, let's bring it. And I just say role. Which is user.role. Now it's saying that member is supposed to be like this. Now if we just go to this user and look at the role, we have the member and so on. So you could just like this, export this type here. I'm just going to say export role. Just going to say here type. Now I don't know if this is member. If I just go and check in the, we can check in the API very fast. In the schema, if you look at the user role, it has this 3. Okay, so I'm just going to go back in the here. So this supposed to be user, admin, and super admin, and then here it should be role. Okay, it should be role, and then that means in the sidebar, instead of putting this, just going to say role. and here in the layout, everything is good, and you can see we have churches and it is selected. Okay, of course we're just going to change this, but I like the fact that now we have this selected. Now this looks somehow mature right now. Okay. I just I was thinking of, since I'm using this whole black thing, just want to make the sidebar to be black. Okay. Now there is one thing I want to change also about the theming. Okay, so if you just go back to this, where is it? If you just go back to this, there is one more step down here. So they of course we modified this. The updating your global for style is to use primary and secondary colors. So we can update this. Okay. So if I just go ahead and copy this, I'm just going to first go to our global.css, like this one. I'm just going to duplicate this to remain with the original one. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and change this root CSS and this dark thing. So if you just go down here, there is where you're going to find the root and the dark. Now let's just first look at it. If you look at it currently right now, the primary is actually white, and then we have this primary foreground and everything. So I want to change it a little bit. Just going to select all this and replace it with this. Now you can see that we have updated, more especially here in the light mode. You can see that we have updated the primary to use the dark blue. So it is converted into this, and you can see this is the primary. So I want to use this throughout the entire app. I don't know what this is going to change so far, but you can see it has slightly actually changed, like our button to that dark bluish mode, and that means the more you make it like dark, and this is the same color we're going to use for this. Now, since this is primary, that means you could just come to sidebar. So if you just come to the sidebar here, and you can see we have this color. So if you just remove this and now you say BG primary, because that's ultimately what I want, not to use any colors. So if you just do this, you can see that now it is using actually BG primary, like that. Okay. Let me just go to the global CSS, and if you look at the primary, it is this one. Okay. So if I just go back to use the other color we're using, let me just go back here. So this is the one that was being used. So just going to copy this, and if you just go to global.css, there is a link I added here down, this one. So click it, and this one you can paste in your color, and they will give you this. So you can just copy this, and then where there is my primary, so you can just go and select that wherever there is which one, wherever there is this, just going to replace with this. Okay, so you can just replace with that, and if you just go back now here, yeah, so this is the original blue that we had. Okay, now I don't know if we just like we leave it with the blue field. Okay, I'm just going to first leave it at that right now. Just want to go back to see how does the form look like. So like, does it change anything on our forms? Okay, so it changed the button, which is a good thing. Like, this is a very nice consistent button. Just going to leave that button at that. Okay, now for some reason you can't see like there is this pair white color, and it is fading on this, leaving some padding. Actually, the problem is that if you just do this, is that this does not expand to go with it. I don't know how I'm going to fix that. That's not a big problem right now, but at least we have now this added. This, I'm just going to call it church. I'm just going to go to where we have the logo in the layout, sidebar, and I'm just going where we have this. I'm just going to say this is going to be the RC church. Or you can just call this Parish Pro. Okay, that looks much better. So what next? Since we have added this sidebar, I think at this point let's move towards starting adding these things in this episode. Can you imagine we haven't started adding any of these features right now? But that's what we're going to next, to add these things. Okay, so I'm just going to start on the subdomain login. So apparently right now we have this login to the admin area. So what I want is to be able, if we go to, I'm just going to click on churches. So where we have these subdomain, so this, so this is the landing page, the subdomain landing page for the parish, where we have this. So I'm actually just looking out to build a simple landing page that we can use, and we are going to get all these sections. I'm not sure. I remember as if I designed a sample of it. I'm not sure if I still have the access to that page, but I think I had made somewhere where we can just get all these parts here. Okay, let me try to see where I can get this. Okay, so I have this page. I don't know if this can be shared. I think I will also just leave this link to the DeepSeek. If I forget, please remind me. Maybe let me just add it with the other page we looked at previously. If I forget, just please remind me so that I can just add it. It's supposed to be with this one, these two here. Okay, so apparently my electricity has gone. Okay, so since power has gone, we need to really hurry up. So you can see that we're having different sections. So I want to have different sections for this. So what I'm just going to do is in the web, okay, in the web, more especially under the subdomain route here, we're just going to have a lot of things, because inside this subdomain, the good thing, we have the components here. Okay, so I'm just going inside this component. Maybe I'm actually just going to write inside this. I'll create another folder. So I'm just going to call this one. Okay, we already have these components. So I'm just going to simply create a new folder here, and I'm just going to say landing page, landing page. So I'm just going to add all the components in the landing page, and the first one is going to be the header. So I'm just going to say header.tsx rfc. Okay, so this is going to be the header component. Let me just put here h2 header header component. So it's going to be here. Now I'm just going to go within this header component. This is the component I will define the state and the query client. We don't need to have we just simply need the query client. We're using it anywhere here. I'm just going to simply go to the header component, do this. Just do this. Okay, so use query, we can import use query from turn stack, and then here we are returning actual header here. So go down to this point where we are returning the header. So here I'm just going to return this header. Okay, so here is saying React query. I think this is query key or something. And then we have the hero section. So I'm just going to first do them roughly like this. Then I will fix them. Let's just say the hero carousel the tsx rfc Okay, so I'm just going also to go ahead and do this. Okay, now we have the Embra carousel. I'm just going to go here. And I'm just going to create this return. So up to here. And then next is the services component. Now the services component, this is the actual services for a particular. I'm just going to go here, go ahead and create another one, services. I'm just going to say services.tsx RFC. Okay, I'm just going to put this, and let's add this section. And finally, we have the events. Now, the way I want to create the events is going to be different, but let's first get these events. I wanted them to be actual calendar, so we'll have a calendar component to display the events. Just going to say here events.tsx RFC. I'm just going to go ahead. Okay, so just going to go ahead and add this here, and let's get this section. Okay, so I think that's going to be the only sections. I think the another part supposed to be sort of like, here we have the list of ministries and so on and so forth. The only thing I think another one is going to be for is going to be the contact section, where you can just get the emails and so on. So I'm just going to use the other contact section that I used on. So just going to say contact. So you have this contact section that I created. So I'm just going to actually copy this very one, and I will just go ahead and bring it here. So they're just going to be like the 5 components that we are going to be able to manage. So what I just want is now to change each of these components to actually get this information from an API. So basically, what I would do is inside this subdomain, we could actually have like some function for where to put all the functions that are going to be fetching all these. Okay, so we have the lib. We already had somewhere in the lib, I think, this side, where we had the subdomain .ts, where we're doing everything. So we cannot just say add in these ones. So basically what I want is, if this is the header, okay, I need to create a function that is going to return this and use also the query key. So I'm just going to copy this function, and I can just like use cloud Let me just go ahead and just say if I have this. So just want to add it in a format. You want to create a function. That will fetch the data and also the query key. So yes, basically I want to use the word fetch. So basically I want to use the want to create a function that's just going to be like the query function. So here, query function, and also the query key. So yesterday create the separate function that returns both the query and so you see here. So we have the query key and then we have the query function, which is really good. And then I didn't want to use it like this. That returns both query key and query function. No, I just want the one which actually has like the only the query function. I'm just going to say only separate the query function. Okay, so yeah, I think this is much better. So where we have let me just see. So in the lib, this side, this is where we have this subdomain. I was thinking to add everything for the landing. So I'm just going to say here subdomain. Subdomain, I'm just going to say landing page. Okay, so I'm just going to add all the query functions in this. So you separate this query function and return that information. So I'm just going to get an actual function from the subdomain that is fetching something like get all churches like here, and I will just like paste it here. So I will just change this to something like get header data. So this should just return, as you can see, a promise with this. So we can just go ahead and create that type. I will just like put these here for now. Export type, header data, and it's going to be an object where we have the logo, which is a string. All these string, phone is a string, and then here is also a string. Donate link is also a string. Okay, like that. and in this we're just going to say is going to return the promise of header data. Okay, header data, not an array, but just simply an object like that. And then we're just going to say API. Okay, so this is going to be churches slash landing then slash header. Maybe just call it church, and then we're just going to say header for now. Since we now have this response, I'm just going to create this object. So const, just going to do this, these two, like this. Just going to say const data is equal to this, and I'm just going to say return data, just like that. And now for this, we just need to return null. Even here, just going to return null, return null. Okay, so you can just also add that this can actually return also null. So this header data is what you're just going to use in the header. So if you just go back, function export header, we're just going to have something like this now. Use query, you can pass the query key. Okay, I just also want to handle, I want to handle loading and even error. Use query key. Just wanted to use this the normal way of doing things. Yes, like this. So this is how I want it. Yeah, so just going to get this because okay, okay, so now we have use query, of which I'm just going to go ahead and import, and then here just going to say get, I think this is get header data, like that. So now there should be no problem. So header data can be also null. Okay, so where we have this the header data, we can just say if no header data, then we could just return here and no header info found, no header info found. Okay, so we can just use this. Okay, so you can now see that we have this. So let's go back to the hero component. So the exact same thing. So just want to give them this, and I'm just going to say that do the same for the hero component. So it's going to go ahead and separate this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead to where we have this fetch data in the header. I will just do this. So it will be now get get hero carousel data data. Let's look at the response of this. Okay, so if you just look at the promise that we are resolving, I'm just going to copy this and then I'll go this side. Let me hope we can remove this. So before we go to this, I'm just going to paste this one. So you can see that we just need also another object which looks like this. So it's going to return an array. So here, the carousel data, the carousel data is like this. It's going to be an object. The ID is going to be let's just say the ID is going to be a string. Image is going to be a string. Title is going to be a string, and this is going to be also a string. Okay, so now instead of get header data, we're just going to have get carousel. So just going to say here is going to be carousel data, and this is going to be an array like this. Now for this one, we can just actually don't return empty. We just have my array here. We can even just go ahead and remove this. So here where we have data, I'm just going to replace it with this, which this is going to be an array. Now for these IDs, I'm just going to go ahead and make them string. And now return data. Then for these ones, we're just going to return empty. Just like this. Okay, so get this. So let's go ahead and modify also this actual hero section. So let me just get the query key, and this is going to be get carousel data. Let's add state. By the way, you can just like go even in this header. We need to make this as a use client, and then in the hero carousel we're just going to make this use client. This is use effect. And here we have carousel data, which is possibly undefined. So if you just look at this, it also returns undefined. From where? Because we have this. Under normal circumstances, we are returning an empty array. I don't know at some point where it is returning undefined. Okay, so here I'm just going to say if error or no carousel data, and they're saying here error.message error is possibly null. I don't know why it's getting that. Oh, okay. So I think this query function, they're not supposed to be ran like this. I'm not sure. Here we can just say if error, and then just put the error message. Then we have the ref. The properties of value are an instance incompatible. HTML div or null is not assignable to this type. Div element assignable type set action. So you can just like go here and you give this to any for now. Okay, so we look good. We are remaining with the services. I'm just going to copy the services. I'm just going to say do the same for the services. Okay. So we have services. I'm just also going to go ahead and get this function. And let's go to where we have Okay, we just simply duplicate this. I'm just going to say get services. I'm just going to create an array. Cut. And I'm just going to go here. While we have this data, let's go ahead and change it to this. And let's create the service. So service has this. I was going to say string. We can just even just say number for simplicity right now. This is a string, and even this one is a string. And then we can just say here service. Okay. So we can just go ahead and create the services. Okay, something like this. I'm just going to say here get services. So here is saying is possibly undefined. So you can just say where there is error, or now for some reason when you put or, it actually brings this error now to be if it is possibly null. So if you just remove it, I'm just going to simply do this, and I will just say if no services. I'm just going to say no services data found. I will do this also for actually the hero carousel, and I'm just going to change this to simply function like this, and it is this. Yes, leave that or not that. And finally is the events. Okay, so you can see it has the date, so I'm just also going to change this the events. So I'm just going to say modify the, I'm just going to say do the same for events. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do the same thing, the events. So I'm just going to copy this events, and I'm just going to go to the same place. Let me duplicate this. Okay, so we're just going to have this, which is going to be like get events. So just going to have also an event here. Okay, export type event, and so we have here, this is going to be like a number, then title is going to be the string, and then also this is going to be a string description. This is string, and then the event image is also going to be a string. Getting this. Okay, then just going to replace it with this data here. Okay, so just come here and we say this is going to be event. Okay, and now we can just get the events page. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. This is going to be get events. So you can just duplicate this and we say if there is no, you can just say no events found. Okay, so we have all these sections. So basically we can just go ahead and we can even create a layout. Within this subdomain, we can create a layout where we're just going to have this header, because we're just going to have also the login page. I don't know if the login page should have like the header component. Okay, I'm just going to see if that is necessary. For now, I just like not add it, because the one that I want to add actually, it actually might have actually. So I just go ahead and add. We might just even add 2 of them. So within this this one, I will first add the first layout. This here, I'll just add this layout.tsx rfc. So this one is going to be the subdomain layout. Subdomain layout. And just going to have the children, and This is going to be a React node, and let's just return children. Okay, so this is the subdomain layout. So inside the we are just going to create two layout groups. The reason being is, so we have this one. We're just going to have the dashboard when you log in within the subdomain, and then we'll also have the home page of the layout. So this where you have the subdomain page. So if you are going to if we are to add, because this is what is being seen, that why we fetch the whole data for the subdomain content and add it here. And this is why we're going to be, of course, fetching data for different sections. Okay, so we would want to have another layout that is going to be purposely for the dashboard. So what I'm just going to do is, inside the subdomain, I'm just going to create a new, can you create a layout group within this side? Okay, I'm just going to simply create dashboard. Because it's not necessary. It's going to say dashboard. And now within the dashboard is where we're going to create a layout. So here you can just add now layout, and this is going to be RFC. You can just copy this other layout, and this is going to be the subdomain dashboard layout. Just like this. Now this is where we're going to be adding the other dashboard for the subdomain. So literally we can just copy this layout and all other things like components. So you can just go here. I'm just going to copy these components. We just paste them in here. We just go inside this, copy everything to this layout. Okay, so I just remove this church listing, church table, subdomain form, and super admin sidebar. Okay, so this is going to be just simply okay, so we just have left one file, which is going to be the config. So we could actually have one place where we add all these links. We don't need to even add in different places if we wanted. Like in this config file, after exporting it, we can use it the other side. So I'm just going to create it. I'm just going to go to sidebar, and I will get the nav items. Okay, then now the import. These imports don't need to, for the navbar, I think we could just have one navbar because it will always pass in the the logged in user. So for that case, I'm just going to simply say navbar from the super. Now for this other one, I don't know if this is the old one. Yeah, this is the old one. I'm just going to delete it. So you simply just need these two ones. Now for the sidebar, actually the same, I guess. I'm also going to get it from there. Okay, so I'm going to delete these two components. We actually might not need this. Just going to add in others. They just leave them empty, but we'll add in others. Okay, so now we need to add in the auth. So we have this subdomain. We need to add in while we have like auth login. So I'm just going to copy this whole entire auth. Copy this and let me paste it inside the subdomain like so. So you can just go to auth login, forget password and everything. Let's start with just the landing page before we complicate everything. So I'm just going to go here in the subdomain and let's load the starting page. Just in this page. So instead of adding this, I just need to add in all my components. So I will just leave this subdomain content here. And I'm just going to go ahead now and do this. So we have the header. Okay. We have the hero. And then we have more components here, which is after the carousel, we have the services. After the services, we have the events. And then the contact section. Now, even the contact section, I just wanted to say that I wanted to extract this data into, just see if it can do that. Do the same for the contact. Get the data for this page from the API. Okay, so it also got these the contact. They come as an array, and then there is also emergency section. Okay, so okay, so for this, I'm just also going to go ahead and copy this. Let's copy the contact. I'm just going to get this. Let's go back to where we are having the I'm just going to create a function. Now this returns an object. Just look for the one that returns an object. This one. So this is going to be get contact. Okay, and then we're just going to look at one single okay, I have an idea of where we have reached. We are creating an object for the fetch contact, so I'm just going to create this object down here, get contacts. So this is an object. I'm just going to go and get this object here. I think ideally we should just simply add the contact methods. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, and I will also just simply leave this here. I'll just leave this here. So instead of this, I'm just going to have it as an array, and that means we're just going to use the one that has this return here. I'm just going to go ahead and have this. Okay, so I'll just also cut this, and then I'll just come here to where we have data, and let's go to create a contact. So I'm just going to go ahead and create the contact. Export type contact. Okay, so we have the ID number. We'll be just changing these ones when we get the actual data. So phone, which is a string, and then this is string, this is a string. Now for the this one is going to be type of, I think, roasted icon. Color is going to be a string. So we have the primary, which is also a string. Secondary, it is a string. Details is a string. So basically, here I'm just going to go ahead and add contact. Remove null, and it's going to be an array. Okay, so we have this array. Why is it supposed to be returning contact array? For some reason is not. Something is not right. Contact, which is this one, return promise of contact array, data is this. Okay, let me just look at this. Where I wonder why it is doing it like this. Secondary undefined, details undefined. I don't know if you just come here and you just say contact array. I think because of this icon here is saying icon is not assignable type roasted. So this one, I think when you hover it, it was taking it as. So we can just also come here and we say this is a string. Okay. Okay, so if we say it is a string, property secondary is missing. Okay, so for this, you can just say secondary, and it's just like an empty. Okay, maybe we could just say that this is can be undefined. So secondary can be also undefined. Okay, can be undefined. Okay, I'm just going to do this. So even if I remove this, So if you just go in this, property details is also missing. So the same thing to details. Okay, so good. So now I'm just going to create this contact. Okay, I'm just going to go to where I have these sections, contact section. I will just replace this. Let's start with the query key, and this is going to be get contact data. Now, some of these ones are not the same. Just going to first import this. Mail. Then we have mapping. Then let's get the color, which I think should be a string. Icon name, I'm just also going to say string. So I'm just going to look at that. So for this title and subtitle, I'm just going to go to add this. So I'm just going to say title. I'm just going to leave this as get in touch. Then subtitle, I'm just going to copy this. Just going to add it like so. Then the contact methods. So this is going to simply be the contact data. It can be also undefined. So I'm just going to add one more if statement if there is no data. If no contacts data, and it's going to be no contacts data found. Okay, so let's get back to the problem down. So we have this, which I'm going to solve in a minute. Then we have this additional contact thing. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, actually this part of additional part, just like this. Now we'll have one error, which is just saying that this has any because string cannot be used as the index of this. So we can just say key. I think you could just say that as, I don't know, as key, as key of colors. I don't know. Let me just go ahead and tell it to fix this in a second. Okay, so down here is going to be get colors function, colors. Okay, just going to say with that, I'm just getting this problem here. Just going to do this. Okay, so this one gives it string, and then okay, I just put this outside as key of type of colors. So what we are giving type is the color. Okay, like color as key of type of colors. Like you're trying to give it, like suppose we have this. Okay, so all the sections have been done. The remaining part is actually putting them not in the dashboard but subdomain page, where we have this including the contact section. So fingers crossed, we need to go to the subdomain, and it seems we have already an instant problem. Let's just refresh one more time to see. Okay, failed to load the page. This is the error component. So if you just go back here, attempted this, use query from the server. Okay. We need to make sure that all these components are having use client on top. So just go down from here, make sure that this has use client, the events. Okay, make sure that all these have use client, header, hero carousel, services. So all these, just going to add them like so. So let's go back and see. Okay, so this worked. We can see some things here, but actually for some reason they don't have CSS. Why don't we have CSS in these components? Because if you look at it, it just they all have CSS, but CSS is not working. Does it mean that CSS in this case is not loading? I just got the root layout here, and I'm just going to import the global CSS. Let me just go to layout. So where we have this import, I'm just going to go ahead and I wonder why, but I'm just going to say global.css. This will not be found, so just say dot slash the dot slash. So I think that's where we have the global.css at this level. Because actually it is in the app. Is it in the app or something? It's in the app, global CSS. Yeah, this is in the app. Not sure if global.css. Okay, so right now cannot be found. In this case, I might just move global.css outside. I think that would give me a proper reference to it. If we just move this into web, now you can just say import, and I say @/global, and even in the normal global layout in this one, I would do something like this. Really, the import alias to relative dot inside of the project, which is, I think, true. Like, we are inside. Let me see. Inside the app, I wonder why. I think for this you might not need to use the relative path. What this is saying, the import map alias to relative dot global inside of the project, which is actually the right path where it is located, and they said module not found. Okay, so I just try to use like the dot. So if I do this, so literally you cannot find it. So if you just go to the original one, which is just like dot slash. So if it is in the app, and I move it outside the app folder inside the web, why don't I just say either like dot like this and it works? Okay, so it seems like the other one worked. Okay, so this moved, let's just say, in the subdomain layout. So in the super, okay, this is super. Why am I having two of them? I just need to go to subdomain, its layout. So it is within the just going to say dot dot. So if you do this, it will refuse, I believe. Then dot dot. Then another one. So literally we cannot get there. Jesus. Okay, so what is going to be the easiest way to do that? Maybe I could just like put dot slash. So I'm just going to move this maybe to the, cut this, add it to where it was, and maybe in the super admin, in the subdomain. I'm not even sure if that is the problem for sure. I just want to copy this again. I wanted to copy this file and then paste it inside the subdomain. So this is in the same file with that, so that should be okay. We're having only one single dot for some reason, and is putting that we have double dot in the app layout. Okay, it is fair enough. So in the app layout, in this one, it's just simply a single dot. So now again in the subdomain is saying that it cannot see this. What does it mean just that it can't see this? Okay, so literally they are, oh, seems they're not in the same. I just want them to be in the same directory. Even when they're in the same directory, it doesn't simply work. Okay, for now, let me just comment this out. I don't know why, for some reason. Maybe let's first run the build again. I'm just going to stop this and run the build. App subdomain layout. Just going to stop the build and run it again. And even the something is not right. Okay, so this I'm not sure. Do you need to be logged in? Okay, so what would be stopping our CSS not to be compiled? And now weirdly, the last section Why would the contact section actually work? So if you just go to the subdomain components, landing, contact section. Okay, so for some reason the contact section it is CSS is working, right? So if I just come here and just say get in touch with us, you see this is rendering properly and the styles are propagating. So why is all other section not propagating? Oh, actually, if you look at others, they have they are not using Tailwind. They are using oh my god, they are using CSS. Oh, oh no. So like this has some CSS that we need to use. Oh my god. Let me just try to copy this. I don't know how. I'm just going to copy this and see if that's going to work, including even the container. I'm just going to have to replace all these CSS with Tailwind. I can't just have, they just delete this one. So the problem was actually on the styles. So you can just go last this side and add these styles here. And let's see how this looks like. Okay. You can see the logo, the contact, and all that. Then we have the events. Okay, so I need to redesign this using the. I have to redesign this using using Tailwind. Okay, I have to redesign this using Tailwind. So I'm just going to say that instead I just want to go back here. Just want to use Tailwind for all the sections. Just look at these. I just only just having the. I'm just going to say that I need the Tailwind version of this, starting with the header. Okay, I'm just going to say convert this into Tailwind. So convert this to use Tailwind CSS only. I'm just going to say if I had CSS styles, I'm just going to give it those CSS styles, I guess. Just going to scroll to top. Just going to say that if these are the CSS styles, just going to say convert this to use only Tailwind only. So let's go and go to the header and let's paste this. What has it done? I'm not sure what's the problem. Is loading, no header, error, and I think the problem is here. So this is supposed to be like this, and then we add it's an anch tag, and then we have also some issues with the closing div. So this one is not there. Okay, so we have two buttons. We have this, the login, and then we have also another one. For the donate. So let's close it here. Okay, if I cut this, are we good? So I'm just going to say a. Okay. We don't have this. Oh, we don't have this. Okay, so let's look at how that looks like. Okay. We just of course replace these ones, but that's not too bad. Okay, let's just go to the second one. The carousel component. We're just going to say use CSS only, use Tailwind CSS only. Okay, I'm just going to go here and add this. Let's see. Okay, so the images, I believe they are not showing. Just simply like, we could just say confirm with the link. So if you just click on this, you can see that these images are not there. So I'm just going to go to Unsplash. So the first one here, we're just looking at the church. I'm just going to get here the church image. Okay, and let's get something like this. And just use this one. I'm just going to copy the image, copy image address, and I will just change this to this. The second one is the Sunday Mass. I'm just going to take this other one, this one, copy image address. I'm just going to add it here. Then we have the community outreach. So you could just add this, basically. I'm just going to replace it with this. Okay, let's go back and see. Just going to refresh. Yeah, so you can see like we have now these images changing. We'll do better, but for now we just like aim at, making them work. Okay, the next one is the services. Yeah, so just go here and we say use Tailwind CSS. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this to the services. Just look at them. Okay, so you can see service times, Sunday 8 to 9. Nice. And then last we have the upcoming events. I will just also change the events. Use Tailwind. Now for the events, I wanted to show them on calendar. For the services, I don't know, I think this view is okay. You have every Sunday. We'll see how to use a nice format for that case, but for now let me just go here. That's for the event. Okay, so actually the events are looking good. So you can just see like June 15, 2023, we have Paris Festival, Bible Study Group, and the Youth Retreat. And then we have the Get in Touch. I think basically this website can be deserving for the let's see how this, if this is responsive. Okay, just like see if this is responsive. Okay, you just have that. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Okay, I'm just going to simply cut right now, start like really making this to be nice possible, like to add like the icon and the buttons to use the shared CN buttons. So now for that, I'm just going to again copy this header. Okay. Now I'm just going to actually use this. Just going to say I have my components that I want you to modify the design to be more elegant. Okay. Use icons with nice backgrounds. Make the button CTS clean and stand out. Then we're also going to say that make the design very responsive. Responsive, clean UI. I'm just going to say avoid using gradients. So I'm just going to start. Let's start with the header component, just like this. Okay, so it just finished. Let's just go ahead and add this. We see how it looks. If it is more terrible than the original one, or if it is much better. may just like has added the icons, which in my opinion that's okay. When at the buttons, let me just save myself, and for the buttons I'm just going to use the button component. So from button here, I'm just going to leave this to be href. Now I can actually just remove all these and just simply add a variant. Let me first add the outline, and I see. And for this other one, I'm also just going to change this to, button. And I'm also going to remove all this. Okay. Instead I will just change this one's going to have the variant of outline, and I will remove this file login thing. Now for the donate link, I'm just going to say so instead of this variant, I don't know, I could just give it the destructive variant to remain just like the red donate. I think that is okay. Just going to leave it just like that. Okay, then for the color of the icons, so we could just say use here text primary. Let's just see, and even here text primary, just like that. And yeah, now the carousel, can it do better than this? Of course the login right now is not it there, but of course we'll just add it. Okay, then down here just going to look at the carousel. I'm just going to give it this carousel to see if it can improve it. Okay, I'm just going to say for improve the carousel so that the words overlaid were readable, and the carousel should be full width and yet responsive. Okay, so it is done. Let's copy this and see how terrible it is. I don't expect it to change, of course, anything. Oh, okay. That looks much better actually, with even the words are very much readable. Okay. Yeah, being that this is a free website that can work. Then the next one are the service times. But just see if it can improve also the services. So just going to go here, improve the services, so that it represents the services or events in a whole week. Okay, just going to see how this changes this. So it says I've redesigned the services section to present weekly events in a more organized calendar-like layout that clearly shows the schedule for the entire week. Okay, let's just like wait and see that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and look at this, the way it says the calendar-like format. We see how this looks like. This week's services and events. Okay, this would be good. Okay, this would be good, only that doesn't look like so basically I think it's supposed to put the events, they should go horizontally. Here it has added them again nicely, like Sunday, then Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. So the ones of calendar, like I would want them to be, so I'm just going to say however it has some errors actually, so I would want so that you're saying all alternative view, all services, so that is the, I think, the alternative view than the other one. Let's see. So there is that, and then there is all services, Sunday, and then like Monday. I would like this, actually, this view here. I'm just going to say that maybe it should just like change the, let me see, how are they called? Under services. It is having service dot name, which is not there. I'm just going to first give it that the service, if you look at its type, I'm just going to go to get services. I will give this as So the service just going to say that this is the types for a service, and here is the example data, and here is the example data. And you want the days, the days to be in what? To be in the in a single column, in a single column, and then the I don't know which is the better view for sure on this, because are you going to divide like this in how many hours? I think this becomes the best view. Let me just simply, as simple as that, I'm just going to go to services, and I'm just going to remove weekly calendar view. I'm just going to take off this view. Okay, I will take off this view, and just see what has remained. Weekly schedule, join us throughout the week for fellowship, events, and all that. I'm just going to say weekly schedule for masses. So you're just going to only concentrate on masses, not events. Okay. I'm just going to remove this. Do we need all this all services text? Okay. So this view is okay. Then there is a name. I don't know how this one looks like. If I just say .day and then .description and then location. I just want to see what. Oh. I think this is the, remove that. Okay. Wednesday from 10:30 to 11:30. I think this is okay. And then for events, can it improve the events? The events, they already look good. If it doesn't improve them, I'll just simply remove it. So just going to say improve the events, let's see what it can actually do with it. Okay, so let's see what it managed to do with this. It actually tried to present the date in a more readable way. No RSPV required. I think view all events. We're just going to be putting all the category of the event is not there. RSVP is not there. Event location. Okay, let me just first give it example data because it seems this is lost. I'm just going to give it example data like this. I'm just going to say here is the example data of the events. Okay, so let's see now, since it has the example data. Oh, sorry. Just going to go to the events. So I don't need this sample data. Okay. Because we're just going to use the events data. Just going to say this. This is a string. And then here we have display data is possibly undefined. So that's why we have is loading, is error. And then we're just going to add here if. So you can just add it on top after the loading. Then you can say if there is no display data, or you can just say no data found. You can say no events found for now. let's look at how this looks like. Bible study. Okay. I just wanted to actually add the date. Ongoing. I'm just going to change some things. So here I just give us the image, and it has this requiring and date info weekly or event. I'm just going to change that. Date dot display date. We're not going to add this learn more thing. This last thing which says learn more, I'm just going to remove that. This whole entire div. Okay, so now what remains is this. I just want to simply have this date info dot display date. So in the display date is saying that if the date string includes a minus. Okay, let's look at the sample data for this to understand what's going on. So there is this one every Wednesday, or the other ones which happen weekly, every Wednesday Bible study. Paris Festival is an event. I think that one is fair enough. Okay. That one is fair enough to say that this is event. There are those events which happen, like we have a Bible study that is every Friday. And then we have the youth retreat, which is just like on July 20th. Just going to be fetching also. I'm not going to add view or events. So I'm just going to go back to events. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove this view all, because it's just going to be fetching only like 6 or 3 of them, the last 6, and that's with it. So basically we have the website for each individual here. Let's work on this login page to actually show the login page. So what we just need to do is we already have the auth, I think, inside the subdomain. So just simply have to say auth login / auth login. So in what we have, let's go to where in the header. So in the header is where we have the login, something like login. So here just want to say / auth login. So this should just be like auth login. Yeah, so you can see just like auth login. And now since we are here, we can actually customize the logo and everything here. Okay, we can just customize everything. Now I feel like I'm just going to go ahead and remove this small logo, and we use the title of the, and I'm also going to change this to use a card to remove the carousel. I'm just going to go subdomain auth, then I'm just going to go to these components to customize them. Let's start with the login. Now if you just go to the login form, inside it has a lot, but what we just only want to change is to remove the carousel part. Okay, to remove the carousel and center the form. So I'm just going to say that we just go here. Maybe we just simply just so that for the carousel, for the login, okay, I want to remove the carousel component, the carousel, then center the login, then also use only the logo title and tagline. Remove the logo. So we're also not going to be telling churches to add the logo, because most of the times I'm just also going to say it would be good to wrap to use a card to make the page really elegant. So I'm just going to see what it's going to do. But basically what we're just going to do, we're not going to ask churches to give us the logo. We're just going to use the logo title, because this is something they don't mind so much. For if they have a logo, then that would be something we could also customize or look at. And they will be also doing some, of course, some paying every month, and I will also implement the payments. I will implement the payments so that we make sure that we have our payments inside there. They can save the card and they can be try to chop from that card every month automatically. Yeah, so I will see how we're going to implement that. How we can just like make it. I think just going to be for the start, depending on the amount of files and data they have. I don't know how we are going to calculate this. We can just say just going to do 200,000 UGX $2. Okay, so you're looking at around 57. So I'm just going to make it $60 instead. Yeah. So just going to make it flat $60 per month. At the beginning, I wanted to make it 100. I don't know if that be viable. To move all their data into the system. Or we could just like charge them per user, per month, because you can't find a parish has a lot of people, so you can just say I don't know. For now, just going to use a fixed price to simplify things. Just like say $100, or just going to say 60 for now. I think this is going to be a mid ground, and others we can set some different price. Okay, some others. So yeah, I'm just going to be assessing, more especially to look at how many Christian communities do they have and all that. And if it's just like a big parish, so that means like the pricing is going to be based on each school. Yeah, just going to set it on each church. You're going to be setting its own pricing, but the minimum is going to be 60. Okay, let's just see what it has done for the login. Let's just go back and see now. Okay, this should be looking good. At the same time, it looks terrible. I just want to, let me just look at some login UI. Okay. Just look at the login UIs and see how they look like. So basically you want something like this. Okay, we want something like this, where you have this, enter your welcome back, enter your details to log in. Now if you look at this, what is missing? Let's look at what it has done. Clearly it has this and has added very well this and the sign in. So I think what is remaining is, I'm just going to do this. So while we have my brand on top here, we have here where we have the tagline. So we could either say that welcome back, I'm just going to simply first remove this. I'm just going to remove this. Okay. And just going to use the primary color, so BG primary here. Also this just going to change this to primary. I'm just going to do this. Welcome back, and sign into your account. Let's check the button. What is the button? Just going to say bg primary here. And see. Okay, so there is no primary 700. Just simply say primary, just like this. Okay. Very clean UI, I guess. Just going to remove this also. Yep, that looks good to me. I'm not sure if we need to indicate the name of the church anywhere. I'll come back. I think this is okay. Like, just going to leave it like this, not really complicated. Okay, so I'm just going to say that we need to get now these other ones. If that is the case, sign up link is handle register. Where is this? I just like simply put the link, variant link. We just don't need to put this. Just simply say href, and we just simply that's like auth, sign up or register. I'm not sure which did we use. This is register, I think. Okay. So you click on this. Let's look at the register page. Okay, so the register page has this image and blah blah like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and first give it. I'm just going to go ahead and first give it the. What will I give it? I'm just going to give it whatever we have just used right now. Okay, sign into your account, welcome back, sign into your account. So here I'm just going to go ahead and just copy this. Just going to say I have made some modifications. Okay, instead I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm just going to simply say that do the same thing for the register here. So I have the register form. I'm just going to say also do the same for the register page. So it is done. I'm just going to go ahead and replace the sign up page like that. I will go ahead and remove this this footer. Okay, and then I can just go here where we have this sign in here. Just simply add the href. I'm just going to add auth login, and you can remove this on a click. And now I'm just going to go up Okay, so this thing, while we have the my brand, I'm just going to go ahead and remove it, and there is create your account. Now in this, actually in this case, this page is waste of time. There will be no any create account. This is going to be the place where you create. This is going to be in the admin area. Okay, this is going to be in the admin area where we have something like this. The admin is the one who's going to go ahead and create an account for a particular organization. Okay, so we're not going to be actually wanting this, so basically this page is not going to exist. So in simple terms, I'm just going to say this login form, the sign up form, we have it, but then is not going to have it here. So here we just need only the login form, and maybe, but the register form, we don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. The one that we need is the one to change password, the forgot password, and the login, and then we have also the reset password. So we can just look at these ones. Auth forgot password, so I'm just going to say here like forgot password, just like this. Okay, this looks good. I'm just going to go ahead and remove that background. So if you just look at the background, if you just go in the forgot password, I'm just going to go ahead and first remove actually this whole absolute styles like this. In fact, this whole entire div. Okay, and then this bg white. Let me first remove bg white and see how it looks like. Forgot password. Okay, okay, so right now the step is, there is step email, and then there is step verify. Okay, let me first also let me just also first remove this. This, oh, that is like the for the card. Anyways, I wonder where that red thing is coming from, because we no longer have it now. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like that for now, not going to mind much about it. Then we have change password. Okay, so change password, of course it is testing some parameters, so you can just leave that one for now. Okay, so one thing that I want to do now is, of course, this back to login should take us back to the login. I'm just going to go to forgot password and just say search for login. Auth. So this should just like take back to /auth login. Let's see. Okay, so long as it is within that directory, so you just see you'll be going within that. If you just go back to the login, which I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to search for the word forgot. I'm just going to remove this primary 600 and even this. Yeah, so this looks good. Now for if you just go to register, oh, do we still have the register actually there? Okay, you can see the auth register is gone, but I think it does a lot of caching. I'm also going to go ahead and remove this admin thing. So there is I'm just going to delete this admin thing. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. So I just need only these three, the login and this. So the question is, how are we going to log in and go to the dashboard? So you see we have the auth, and now we have also the dashboard. We should have dashboard and page. Okay, this is the page. We need to have the dashboard with all the things. This is which layout? Okay. The dashboard need to have the other thing that we did in the super admin. As if I remember, we did some other dashboard, not only one. I'm just going to first actually delete this one. No longer need this. I just need to add in another dashboard. So what I'm just going to do basically is, I feel like in the subdomain dashboard, how comes we don't have anything? The only thing we have, oh, okay, so we have the layout. So you basically just like only putting the page. Okay, so just going to go this up here in this dashboard and see if we can just add some things like these pages that were there, like this page, and then we have the user's profile, the users, members. So like these pages, I'm just going to go ahead and actually copy them, and let's just add them here. Okay. Okay, so this is used when using the data. I'm just going to copy this data, come and let's paste it here. So there is section cards which are coming from components, which you should be having actually. Oh, this does not have anything. So like the dashboard components, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. and then inside the dashboard I'll paste in the components, and I think I just like remove only one like that. So the question of the day is, how do we sign in now? Like, how do we go ahead and sign in to go to the other admin area? We'll first also add this form somewhere to create the school. So I'm just going to go inside the super admin. So where we have churches, so we have new. So just going to have somewhere a church ID. So here this is going to be giving us a single church like that. And inside this church, let's create a page .tsx. Okay, so like this is the church detailed page. I'm just going to say RFC. Okay, I'm just going to say H2 of like the church page. Okay, so the church page, you can create it, you can give it users. Okay, so what I would want is to have like sections. Like the church users and all that. Maybe this is going to be for the admins. I'm just going to come here and I say just going to create a new file. I'm just going to call this one admins / page.tsx. So this is a page we're going to create to create the admins. So I'm just going to say RFC. Okay. Admins. I don't know if we should just like say admins and then like make this form a pop-up. Like it's a really huge form. I don't think it's better to make it just like leave it as a page. So within this, I'm just going to create in a new like this. I'm just going to say new, and this is going to mean like we're just going to add a new admin. So just going to say page.tsx like this, RFC. So this is why you would add your register form just like this. So on this page where we have like the list of admins, want to go ahead and fetch all the admins. Okay, just want to go ahead and fetch all the admins. So you could just like put the same form, the one that you have on the churches. There you have like church list like this. Then we have church table. I'm not sure if we are handling very well here. There is no loading error. And then in the church table is where we are just doing the this. Actually here, I'm not thinking we're using anything like, we're only using the length. we just need to change the approach. We have to change the approach to this. I don't feel like this is good, but for now I'm just going to go to new page, not here, churches, new church ID, admins, new page. We're having this, we can register. So within the page here, we're going to show the list of admins. So let's first work on creating a new admin. So if you just go to where we have a list of churches, you can just say view admins on this page, and this page here, where we have the list. So you could say add a new church, but since we are not in any church right now, we need to first go inside, and we need just to get inside a church. Right now we have this. This is where we have our columns. Okay, so I'm just going to add in more stuff. So if you just go to login, auth login, actually, how comes the auth login is just, oh, since we changed the login overall, so I'm just going to say admin, and this is going to be admin also. Just go ahead and see. This will just route us to the super admin area. I will click on churches. Okay, so where we have this subdomain, so we can just like add also a new button which says add new admin, or we could just say call it manage church or something, where we go to the page where we can manage this entire church, or you can even just add it on view details, like where we have this view, and then it would take us to the I think we're just going to, we have this view which can view the actual page. I think I just want to add in another one which says manage. Let me just go here and add in a new, just want to add in after the, just going to say table share, just like this. Now I'm just going to make this one as a button. Okay, I'm just going to remove this. And I'm just going to say manage. I'll remove this. I will make this one have a variant of outline. Now where it is taking me is going to be dashboard, so it's just going to be like super admin churches. Now we're just going to go to I'm just going to go to churches, and then of course we pass in here dollar, and this will be church dot id, just like this. So this one should take us to the church page. If you just click on manage, it's going to take us to the super admin churches ID, the church page. Now on this church page we can do a lot. We can add admins, we can do a lot of things that we want on this. Okay, so I'm not sure how to design it, but what I know is that on this page we need to have a lot. So the easiest way, first of all, we could make a layout within this. Okay, we could just make a layout on top here, and in that layout where we have, for instance, let me first go to, I'm just going to go to learning for you. I will just go to this component library, and I will scroll to where we have dashboards. So down here is where we have all dashboard components, and there is one dashboard I'm interested in that has navigation. So basically we could just make it the way we are seeing it in the profile. So we could just make it, let me right click on this, could make it like that, or we could make it like this. So like there are many ways. We could just make it the way you see password, like the tab format, or you could just also make it like this. Okay, like this actual, like the actual navigation. Okay, I don't know which one is much better, but we could make that navigation. Or we could just like make it like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's get this navigation. I'm just going to say, just going to go to this to create for me. So I'm just going to say create for me a horizontal. This navigation. Okay, so you can just say the navigation, links, the navigation links will be and just see we have admins, so we're just going to be able to manage the admins. Just going to have billing. It's going to be like setting the custom billing for that. Just going to have members. Then we're just going to have what else we're going to have? We're going to have so the website sections. So website section, I don't know if we should put them. Just going to have website. Just like that, website. And that's where we're going to put the cards for the website. I think for now we're just going to first leave it at that. So I'm just going to simply create and see if it is going to do something. Okay, so it seems it did this in HTML. Oh, it actually did this in React, which is nice. So I'm just going to copy this navigation. So I'm just going to say where we have this. So I'm just going to say the let me see, super admin churches. So for now I'm just going to add this as the navigation. So horizontal navigation, something like that. Okay, they're calling it settings. Maybe we just call it settings navigation. Just going to do this. Okay, so here you can see we have different components that are going to go in here. So this setting navigation, just going to call it in a layout. So there should be a layout somewhere. Okay, so this layout is going to go inside this ID here. Because we need to pass in the ID of the church or the information of the church. So just going to create a new file inside this, which is going to be layout.tsx rfc. And I'm just going to say this is going to be like church layout. I'm just going to say church admin layout. It's like admin or super admin. I'm just going to come here and say children. And then I'm just say children is of type React node. And then here just have children. Okay, so now we just simply need to add this in our layout. So I'm just going to say this, we call it settings navigation, like this. So if we just go now to the church page, okay, so fair enough. I'm just going to say church admin layout. So I'm just going to say church admin layout. So if we just go now to the church page, okay, so fair enough. Okay, so if we just go now to the church page, okay, so fair enough. Okay, so if we just go now to the church page, okay, so fair enough. we just need to add in here the use client. Use client. Okay, I don't need this page. I'll just go in this side. So while we have these churches, I'm just going to reload. Yeah, so you can see we are at this page, the church page, and then here we have these things. But now what we need is, for instance, by default, what do we need to show? Okay, by default, we can just say because I don't want to do a fetch on this page unless I want to. Okay, just going to start by loading the admin. So that means like we can just say churches this, and it will go to /admins. Okay, by default what we do actually is the overview. So I'm just going to add one link, which is like actually the overview, like the simple details of that. So nav items, I will just add. Okay, the way it added them, we are going to change them. Obviously, I'm just going to say that the nav items are not going to be like this. So let's add them in another way. Just going to change this to look like this, to be an object with a name of this, and then href. Okay, for now just say hash. We're going to figure out this the href, but basically just going to have all of them for this architecture. So I'm just going to say this, and this is going to be billing. And then we have members, so you can just copy this. And finally we have website. Just going to copy this. Okay, so the first one on top here is going to be overview. So just going to duplicate this, and in the first place we'll have like overview, and the overview here, sorry, just also put this. Okay, so this is what we're going to have. So then here, instead of this, I'm just going to use a link. Key item. So we can just come here and we say index, and let's say key becomes index. For the click to set the active bar, we'll just now change this, what makes the active, because now it will have to be href, which is going to be equal to item dot href, and then here where we show the active, just going to see that is item dot href. Now for this, if the active tab, because here we have this active tab, now the active tab is not going to work like this. Okay, the active tab isn't going to work like this. We're just going to use now path name. So I'm just going to say const. Okay, let me first put the active tab back. I'm just going to say const path name is equal to use path name. Make sure this is from next navigation. So we're just going to base ourselves on this one. Okay, so if you are on the let's just first go down here. If the active tab is dot name, I think that one should just like show the actual links, I guess. So the question is now, if I am on the, just going to say if the path contains, I think. So I'm just going to say if, just remove this. But just going to say to get the active, so inside here, actually, so instead of doing this, like so, I'm just like cutting this. So I'm just going to say instead return, and then return this. So that if we do that, then inside here we can just say, for instance, const the active tab is equal to something. So we're just going to base on the path name. So just going to say if the path name dot, okay, so just going to say dot includes item dot includes item dot name, then to lowercase, like this, and or, so here just going to say, because this returns a boolean, so you data just remove this. The problem is for the overview, that do we need to create the page for the overview? Like I just want to console log the path name right now. Path name, okay, just going to go ahead and refresh, and let's go to the console. Okay, so the path name right now is super admin churches this, and if you just go to slash admins, Okay, so right now we are just like in the super admins. So we need split the last one. So if I just say here const const tab is going to be equal to path name dot, so we can split on a slash dot split, and we are splitting on a slash, and I want to get the last one. Okay. How do I access the last one? So if you split, you'll come up with an array. So this gives us an array, and then on this you can do a million things. How do I get the last item in an array? How to get the last item in the array? Let's see this. If you have an array, just an array like this one, last item would be the array, and then at array date length -1. Okay, you can also just get it using the at array dot at -1. I think this one is, you can also use the pop method. You can use last item is array dot pop. This gives back the last item, the removed item. You can also use the slice method. Okay, so which one of these ones is good? I don't just to know whether it is destructive or non-destructive. We just simply want the last item. This one is, you have to first get the array and then do that. I just need this where you just like continue on the array. So just going to say array dot. So here you literally have at, okay, and then you're like -1. So this one gives us the last tab. Okay, and remember, so if we just say console.log tab, okay, so if you just say tab, let's see. So you see the tab is going to be admins, okay, with small, the same as this but small. So this one should be like overview, by the way. Okay, so tab path name would split at this, so you get the tab, which is going to be the small version of this. I think we should compare them with the href. So what will be the href? like this. I don't know if I'm just going to create a page for the overview. Do I need to create the overview? I just want to just show it on this page. So for that, we're just going to leave it. So if I do this for this page, so you can say first refresh. Settings page at 10. So if it is equal the ID, that means like we are on this very page. Okay. So of course we can pass in this in this settings page, wherever we are, anywhere, we are in the layout. So in the layout we can access also the we can access the params. So we can just say params, and in here we can just say this returns the promise. In this case it's going to be ID string, like this, I guess. Now you can just like look at the actual one from the documentation. Next.js docs, we can just like search for the params. I just went to the middleware, so I'm just going to say params again. Just need to look at the layout and the pages, more especially in the layout. Okay, so params in the layout, they're saying they're optional, but you can actually just pass them in here and you get them like this, and then you can just come here and get this. Okay, so you can just go ahead and get this, which is in this case ID. Make sure that this is async. And let's pass this ID here. Just going to say church ID just to be clear. Church ID. Okay, so we just have the church ID. So on this, I'm just going to accept the church ID. It's going to be a string. Okay. So this is going to be used in navigation. So for the overview, we're just going to have, so I'm just going to do this. Make sure that this is dynamic. So just going to be like super admin, and then we're like churches, and then we are like ID here. Like church ID. So we don't need these actually. So then for this is going to be slash admins, then for this is going to be slash billing, then members going to be slash members, website is going to be slash website. Okay, now since we have we're looking for the tab, I don't think it is even necessary now to look for. We can just like constantly use the path name minus even manipulating like this. So just use the path name. If the path name is equal to href, then so here if we say that the active tab is equal to if path name is equal to item dot href. So let's go back. Let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so we have the super admin, and then I'll just click on this. Okay, so let's just also fix the name because it's saying dot name. Okay, so you can see right now overview is active. So if I click on admins, you can see that admins now is active. Okay, so what we want is actually basically to display the content of the other page in this space. So currently how you could do that is we could map the contents. Now if we do this, it will not actually work out. Within this component, I'm just going to first go ahead and remove this like so. So if you just go back in the layout in this layout, so you can see we have these children. So now we are on the admins. Okay, let's go ahead and put some content in the admin. So if you just here you say that the admins page, yeah, so you can see the admins page is actually showing up here, which is good now. So here I just want to add ability to create an admin, and so on this page we just need to add a list of admins, at the same time ability to create the admins. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and work on that. So we already have the admins new page here, but now what I want is to have a way of hiding and showing this component. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and say that I don't know if this one we have overused it, but I'm just going to say that there is no need of even search, because I'm not thinking like the people are going to be logging in on that system are going to be that much. So what I just want is like I want to create an admin's page. This page lists all the admins, admin users. Okay, list all the admin users, and also displays a component to register a new admin, and the component is this. So I want to create a component that displays the table with a list of admin users by default, and when I click on add new admin, it should show the register form component. Okay, so you can just say control, you can control this using state. Okay, so just first see what it's going to do. So the admin table should have columns for title. Okay, title, no, just like name. So it has for the image, name, email, phone. So I think that's the it has like this here. So instead of just like having this first name and last name, I feel like I'm just going to simply add name. Okay, just like leave it just like that, like first name, last name, or something like that. Just going to say like has image, name, email, and then the phone. I think that's it. Yeah, so let's see if it does that. Just still on lip 6. I'm just going to say go ahead and enter. Maybe we just say the table should be in a card to look elegant. Should have pagination and maybe search, just to not think that it is going to think of that and search. Okay, you can just say also use cn, just like this. Okay, just so it went ahead and did something here. Just going to go ahead and copy this component. Okay, so we're just going to look for example, we are on this admins, so we can just like choose to make this we can just choose to make this a client component, but I always want to make my pages server components. So I'm just going to go in the components and I'm just going to say admin page the tsx. Okay, so you can just say it is you trying to import the register form. I'm just going to go here, the mocked admins, we have the mock here. We just going to modify, but right now let's just go ahead and add register form. Now it is having this on success, which I entirely don't want actually, so I'm just going to remove this and simply import it like that. We might just actually add it on page, but for now we'll see what it has done. So we're not going to be adding anything here. Sorry. So this actually, we don't need this whole thing. So we have handle add. I'm not sure where this is, but I'm just going to first leave it like that. We have one error which is on these admins. It is saying that type property status are incompatible, string is not assignable to active, and I think that is why we're having set admins. So where we have this handle delete admin, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'm just going to say console.log id, just on that. Going back here, still property status. So if you look at the admins, we are saying this that is active and this. So if you look in the mock data, on the other hand, you can see that the status is actually a string. Okay, that's where the problem is coming from, because it has active and then active. I'm just going to, for now, first make it as a string. Okay. So we can just use this admin page. Can use this admin page to show the it here. So I'm just going to go here, admin page, and let's make sure that this is using client. Okay, so if we just go back, okay, nice. However, this is exceeding. We just need some nice padding around here. So just going to go back to the admins and let's add class name, padding of 8. Okay, how about max width? So I'm just going to say, oh, I'm on a different page. I just want this. We can just try padding 8, or we could just like add more styles if possible. Yeah, I think this one is okay for now. Like the way it is right now. The status has these and the ID numbers. I'm not sure if we need the IDs, but let's just say that is okay. I'm just going to go ahead and click on this. So this doesn't look good at all. Rather, I'm just going to make this to route to the other page rather than just bringing it like this, because eventually this is going to give us a very terrible experience. I know for sure. So in the admin page, when you click on add admin, so there is where they have this trigger button which is triggering this. I'm just going to instead actually get this trigger button, cut it, and instead where there is this, I'll just simply add this like so. Add new like that, and I'm just going to go ahead and add instead the href, okay, of where this is. So this has also to say slash super admin slash churches slash, this is where we pass in now, because now in this page is going to pass in the church ID. So just say church ID, and this church ID is of type string. So I'm just going to get this church ID, and so what you're going to pass in this href here. It's going to use dollar church ID like so, and then here just going to say admins and then new, okay, just like this. And then on the page it is very easy. The way we got this on the layout is the similar way we're just going to get it. So I'm just going to go here. So now on every page we can just get params, and then just say params, they return promise, promise of ID is a string, and then inside here we access the ID, and then we can pass the ID church ID instead actually to this. You have to make this async, okay, like so. Okay. Okay, so you have this, and now we can just click on add, and this should just like take us to add a new admin for this. Okay, and you know how the good thing, how it is still maintaining this layout. Now I want to just cool down this to look maybe much better. Okay, I'm just going to see how we can just like make that better or something. So on that page where we have new here, first of all you can also create a class name, and you can add a padding of 8. Okay, I don't. We have now 3 layers of different colors. You could just remove any color that we have in this, and I first see. So we have this BG gradient. So let me first remove this. Okay, so we now have one single list background color. I'm just going to tone this down a little bit because this shadow is extreme somehow. Okay, then now we're just going to use our color. So this is going to be BG primary, and even the button is going to be BG primary. So there is this BG blue, so I'm just going to say this BG primary, BG primary. Okay, even this. Now we don't need to sign in anywhere, so this is just like creating like this. Okay, so this is going to be create admin. Okay, you know, the good thing now, since we are in these settings, we're just going to have, of course, the title here that of this thing we are in here, and also maybe, I don't know, the ID of it, and the tagline. Okay, where is it? So this is going to be here in the header. This is going to be the create admin. Create admin. Okay, so this is where I'm just going to create the admin. I'm just going to go ahead and you can upload the passport of this person and add their details, and we create. Now one thing that you have to change, the fact that this, let me first go actually to the settings. So I think to just like super admin layout. Okay, so it is within this layout now that we have this, we can actually go ahead and get the details. Earlier on we had that endpoint. I'm not sure if we can just actually get it. We can have, I'm just going to go to this side. I'm just going to go to which side? I don't know if I duplicated that page. Let me just go back to where we have the subdomain page. So that was this thing here. Okay, I think it's just here. Okay, so we can just go ahead and here we are using the subdomain. Get subdomain data. Well, we need the subdomain, which is okay. I'm just also going to create another one, like get the church data by ID or something. So I'm just going to copy this, and in the layout where we have the super admin layout here, so here is where we're going to go ahead and actually get the church. And this is going to be let's first get this actually. So from this, I'm going to simply duplicate this. So just going to say get subdomain, just going to say get church by ID, get church by ID. So this is going to take in ID now. It should just return exactly the same thing, the name and subdomain. We don't need many things, just simply need the name actually, since we already have the ID. We don't need to sanitize anything right now. We just simply use churches, and we just going to say we can just say churches ID, but that's not what I'm just going to use. I'm just going to use say, I think, church. I can just say church. I'm just going to say brief. And we say ID. Church brief. So you can just like create we can just go ahead and create this endpoint church brief. So I'm just going to scroll into the API side. So basically just going to duplicate everything we have on the churches for this other one, this churches domains. So let me go here, look for it in churches route first. So this churches domain. So this is get church by ID. So the only difference is that now here is going to be this brief, and here is ID. I'm not sure if it is church brief. So subdomains, churches, church brief. So just gonna say this church brief. Get church, retrieve church by ID. So now for this, we just need the ID param. The responses are exactly the same. The only thing you just need to do now is just change this. Get church by ID. Get church by ID. So just going to create another one, which is a get church by ID. So in the handlers, we're just going to get this church by subdomain. We duplicate this and we make it get church by ID. And even this is going to change, get church by ID route. So literally everything changes. What changes is that here we just get the ID from the params, and here we just say ID. So everything remains the same. Then let's register this. Get church by ID, and then even this get church by ID. So if we just go back now to the front end, web layout, so we should be able to get church by ID. And if you just go into this text in an ID, and it just fetches that. Okay, so if you check this is supposed to be ID, and now we can just get this church here and we pass it in maybe we could just like pass in the church title. I'm not sure if we even need like the whole, even the subdomain. Yeah, you could just like pass in this into here. Now you could just like look at this and see if we have types here. We have the church brief actually somewhere, so we are good. So we can just say just going to get church, and then like church brief. Okay, so on top here where we have settings, okay, we just want to say this one as church dot name. Now you would actually just add a small p tag, which is going to show us church dot subdomain. Okay, maybe we could just even make this even clickable, like link, I don't know, and then href is church dot subdomain. So you could actually just look at the way we did it in the church table. On top here you can see church.subdomain. So this is how the link is supposed to be. Okay, so you can just go back to the church, and this is church owner. Okay, so we just be aware of that. But what I just want to add in is this. You can get the protocol from utils and root domain also. Then we have church, so we can just say for this if church, okay, and church dot take subdomain, if that is true, then we could just go ahead and add this. So if you just go back, of which admin just going to click on churches. Let's click on this. So on the overview, there is nothing right now, but if I click on admins, okay, and if I click on add new admin, I'm just in here, and you can see we have Kamori Parish and the subdomain. I'm not sure if it is showing this. Is it showing this? Just going to say here for Excel, let's remove the margin bottom. Margin bottom of 4. Okay, just put 8. Okay, so we are in Kamori Parish right now. Let's create admin for Kamori Parish. So we just need on the create to pass in this ID for this Kamori Parish, right? So just going to look at this. I will pass in that church ID. So because in this, in any page that we are on, like the new page like this, so since this new page is within this ID, we can actually access this here. So you can just say params, and here is going to be params. And then we can just get the ID here, const, and then we can just say is equal to await params. Let's make this async, and let's get the ID, and let's pass in the church ID here. Church ID is equal to ID. So you can just go to register form, and let's accept the church ID. Now for this, we could just reuse this and make church ID not required to use it purposely. So I'm just going to make this church ID to be a string, but not to make any errors. I'm just going to make this one is not required. Okay. So that means I can create the payload. You can just do everything, create. Now member with profile is sending this data. I'm just going to add in one more thing, which is going to be the church ID. Church ID is go to church ID. Maybe we could just say simply say church ID like that. So then you could just go to this, and you can add in church ID, and you can say it is a string. Now, not to bring problems, we can also that this sometimes can fail to be there. Okay. So if we go back now, we don't have any problem with this. So we pass in that church ID, it toasts. Now you can see it tries to actually direct to the login, which I'm just going to actually For now, let's just go and say that I'm just going to say right now is going to simply slash super admin slash slash churches slash $church d slash admins, just like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and I don't know if we just need even a tracking number. We're just going to change a lot of things, but one thing that we have to change in this route. So if you just look at this create admin, it hits a route, create with profile, create member with profile. If it looks like it creates a payload, which has like surname, name, other names, email address, phone, and the role. So now this is going to be just as an admin. So I'm just going to say this admin, and the image data.image password status. This is going to be active. I think the other one is active. And then I'm just going to add simply church ID, which is going to be from data.church ID, like that. So you create the payload, and this payload we are sending it API members. So post API members, and we are sending that payload. So we can just go ahead and say since we are using, okay, we haven't fetched the users, we might just use this, or we might just not use it. So for now, just going to say super admin churches. I'm just going to go ahead and try to create. Before we do that, let's go ahead and check this endpoint API members. So one thing that has changed is that if we go now to users route, so we had a route create members. So you can just say here we have list, and just need to create. So there's create member here. I think this is, yeah, so there's create user and create member. So there's this users, and then there is create member. We can just use any of these ones because they all do the same. Create user, you can see just does this, create any user account. Let's look at the create schema for example. So you can just see text in the status, text in the role, and text in the image password, and like the NIN number. The good thing that the NIN number is just like optional, so even if it is not there. And then if you just look at the one for now create this, it has this the request, it has this create schema, but it then extends the profile, and you can just bring in this profile information. I don't want to run this actually. I'm just going to run this users. The only change I'm just going to add in is that now this create user schema, we're just going to actually have, so this is surname, other name. So I'm just going to add in one more field. Okay, so you can just say required string. It's not a required string, but just going to add in church ID. So I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to say church ID, which is going to be actually a CID field, just like this. And if you just look at this CID field, you just like z string dot CID, just like that. And this CID, the reason why it is being like this is because now in the schema, we actually have the user has church ID here. Okay, can belong to a particular church ID, and that's why we're able to do that. Okay, so just going to create with a church ID now. Name number is optional, so yep. So I expect now just to change the API only. So on the, let me just go to the, I think just it is here on the front, and this is going to be now users. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and try to create a new user in that. So let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, I'm just going to go upload. Just need a user here. Let me look at this image, how big it is. Okay, I'm just going to add any of my images here, which is about 200 something KBs. That is not too bad. Just click this. Surname, I'm just going to add these names. Okay, and here okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create this user. If everything is working the way it's supposed to, it's supposed to create a user in this Kamuri Parish. Okay, so just go ahead and create. Okay, so it says the user was created and it redirected us to the admins. Okay, so what we could do is going to the API. So if I just go to the API, you can see that I just want to see if this endpoint ran and brought 201. Okay, it gave back to 200. This is another endpoint. Okay, there is church brief, API users post, and return 201. So it actually created the user, I think. So basically we can just go in the browser and look at that. Okay, or we could just go ahead and fetch these users now, the admins of that's the school or the church. So we can just go back to the API. We just want to return back. Let me just go here in the super admin page. This is where we have the admin page, and this is where we're going to go ahead and fetch. Now if you look at the mock data that we have, we just need this information. this. Okay, so I'm just going to create one endpoint. So I'm just going to go back here. In the routes, so you can just create one gate route. So just like this. Okay, I'm just going to say get church admins, get church admins, and in this is just going to be church admins. We could just even, I don't know, we could I just say church admins, just like this, and we pass in the church ID. So this one is going to be retrieve church admins by church ID. Just like that, church admins. Let's leave this to be ID. Now the response, more especially for the OK. So if you just look at this, what is being returned? Okay. We are returning something different. We're actually returning users. Therefore, we could just create another schema, for instance, church admins, schema, church admins, schema. So you could just say this is going to be z.object. So it's going to return an array. So we could just say that this is z.array of z.object, just like this, and then inside here we pass in this object. So if you just think about it, just going to delete this and this. So if you just look at this, we just have the ID, which is going to be z.string. The name, which is going to be z.string. Okay, so just copy this. Then you're just going to need the email, just going to need the phone, just going to need this here, and then just going to need the role, and then the active and the created ad. So this is just going to create as created ad. I don't think there is any much manipulation we need to do with this information. So created ad is just also the string, just like this. Name, email, phone, image, role. So we might just come back to give these ones the roles. But basically now, if you just look at this is an array, so you can just go to this route and get church admins and just like return this, the church admins. Okay, so you can just go ahead and create also this get church admins. Okay, so it's going to be get church admins. So if you go to the handlers, you can just duplicate this and just going to say get church admins. So you will just get the ID, right? And you don't need even to get, of course you're going to get the church here. You could just even just like leave that getting the church, but you can just get the church, and if the church is there, just say const users is going to be equal to await, okay, prisma dot user dot find many, and we can just say where. Actually, I don't think we just need this. It's like wasting like resources, because this will just either return or doesn't return anything. Where I'm just going to say where church ID is equal to ID, just like that. So this returns users. If you just look at it, we just need to select the ones we need. So I'm just going to go down here and just say comma, and just going to say select. Now to select, this is where you go back to the schema and you just copy everything you need, like so. So I just need this. So I'm just going to simply just do this, set this to true. Okay, just like this. And then just going to return users. Now let's just change one thing here, which is going to be get church admins. Okay, get church admins. Now the only one problem would be is if you hover here, you look at the status, and all these other ones they have null. Okay, and then the role. Okay, so to match those types, you can just go back to the user, and then you just go here to the user schema. Then just go to the user schema here, and you can see there is why we have this option of feed. So you can just also just copy this. Actually, we could just export it or something. There is actually a nullable string, this one. So like this. So if you just go like, there is also some of these okay, so I'm just going to go back to the schema. So this is, for example, nullable, so you can just do this. If I go to the handlers and you look at this, so name is string, and then we have all these three: email, phone, image. So I'm just going to go to email, phone, image, email, like all of them, they have this, and done. I think it has accepted. you can see for the enums it has not minded, so I'm just going to go ahead right now. The only problem is that we haven't registered this endpoint, so you can just go to here, you can just say get church admins, and even this side get church admins. Okay, so going back to the front end. Okay, so you can start from the point of fetching, where we have in the lib, and then you have like subdomain, like where we have put everything about the church. So there is where we have the subdomain data. I just need where we have like get all churches, so I'm just going to say get church admins, and this takes in the ID string, and this goes to church admins slash ID. Okay, so you just go here to the church routes, and you look at the last one, it is church admins ID, so that's why we are putting church admins ID. So this is just going to return the actual data we want. Okay, so this we should just call it church admin or something like that. Let me just first go back here in a second. So if I hover like this, in fact, if you just go to the handlers, you look at this. So this gives you something like this, and that's exactly what I'm just going to come on the front. So you can just first say export type church admin or something is equal to, and then you paste in this. Now for the roles, we actually have already like a role, and then for the status, so we need also, where we have this, I believe we should actually also create one for status, like up here. We just going to say status. Okay, and then here we can use status. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to here, and this is going to be status, and this is church admin. So you can just say it will return an array of church admins, and this is going to be used. So if I just go to church admins, in the super admin like this. Handle delete admin. Those ones right now, just going to do them later. I'm just going to copy this and let's go ahead get it to anywhere, either in here. I'm just going to say, what's the time? Okay, just going to say let's get if I have this, so I have this component. I'm just going to say I already have a function that fetches just the user, the admins. I'm just going to put in a bracket here, get admins. I want to use React query in this component to get the users. To fetch the admins. Okay, so it gave us this this page. I want to see on top basically here. Okay, so it has this admin and set them to this React query, church ID, and we have get church admins and passes in this. Okay, just going to copy this and I'm just going to go here where we have this. Now, one thing that we have to change is actually about this. There is no this, the what is there is created at. Okay. Then here we have get admins. Let's go ahead and say get church admins. And then this cache time, I think they changed this cache time is no longer there. Okay. Then we have filtered admin. So now I think because this, let's see the problem here. Types of parameters admin and it's very compatible. Church admin is assignable type admin. Property ID are incompatible. Okay, so now if you just look at this, we have this admin. So we're just going to remove this right now. So wherever we need the types, let me just go here. So this, I don't think we just even need this, do we? Admins. Okay, so you're saying that admin name is possibly null. I don't know why we're having the loading states. I don't know why it is saying that. Oh, okay. So remember the church admin, this name is possibly actually null, and the email, but we just know that it is not true because we are the ones who are creating it. So I'm just going to go to this get church admins. I will just go to church admin. So I'm just going to simply say the name is a string, email is a string, this is a string, image is a string. Maybe the image part. So just go back to the admin page. So this admin, I'm just going to say that leave like that. So if status is this and it says, because status and active have no overlap. Okay, for this, then here is going to be created at. And then lastly, we have this ID. So the handle delete, this one is a string, just like this. And then this. Okay, so that one is good. Now we have the status. So if you just look at this one, is because the status, I'm just going to go ahead and say that if the status is equal to active, okay, and then if here also status is equal to active, and even here is going to be active, so it seems we don't have any errors right now. I'm just going to go ahead and to the UI, I'm just going to say admin, and then here admin like this. And on this auth login, we're just going to remove this thing of sign up. Just going to go to auth. So wherever we have the login, I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to say where we have register, so like this. So I'm just going to remove this whole sign up link. No, we could just, like, I think, comment it. Just maybe we can reuse it in the future. Okay, so something is not right. I don't know why the signing in is taking more time like that. Just going to say here admin. Okay, so there is some error that is here. Let me just go ahead and restart maybe the server, because if you see that auth login, it brought 500. Okay, let me first stop the server and start again. I just try again. Okay, so there is some problem because now the problem is seriously persisting. Admin and then an occult async error internal reference. Did I touch anything in the API? So let's look at, I don't think I just touched anything on the user routes, more especially the one for, it is even not in the users, it is in the auth here. And the one that we are looking for is the one for the login. So if you just look at this, I don't see anything here. You can see these consoles very well. Okay, let's see what we are doing actually. So I think this might be due to including in let me first shut down and we look at this code for logging in. So right now we're just going to be we'll modify it a little bit, but right now it should be also be able to work because it is finding the user just like this. So if it is reaching at this point, so it is this try catch that is actually getting the this side. There should be no problem actually this side. I'm not seeing any problem. So if I don't know, let me just first check one thing in the schema, because I just know like the church ID is not required. If you look at the user, the church ID must be not required, right? As you can see here. So the users who can actually be there and they don't have. So I checked, it was internet. So there is no power here, and I'm using my mobile data, and mobile data got done. So I went into troubleshooting until I came to know it is just data. But how I came to know it, just by using this, it failed to load this, and then I just knew it must be data. Yep. So you can see right now we are here, churches. And we're just going to go ahead, we'll remove this profile page. This page will be the first page that we are going to put on I think on the super admin or something, because it's just like the one for starting point. So right now we can just click on manage. So you can see we are in Kamuri Parish, and we're going to have overview, and then we start with the admins. So you can see loading admins, and right now you can see we have actually one admin. Okay, we have one admin with all the details. Okay, so what we need basically now, since we can add administrators, now we need this administrator to log in. Okay, we need this administrator to log in in the other side. So I should just add a link here that takes me to the other side. So let me just drop API, and let's go to web app super admin, and while we have the churches admins. So on this page, so this is where we have the I am just interested in the layout also, and this is where we have like we are passing in this. So I'm just going to uncomment this. So since it has this margin bottom of 8, okay, so basically what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to convert this into a div with a class name, and I will just move this margin bottom 8 to this div. Then here I will also do this. So let's go back. This, I think I should also just add this very link in within this one, like so. Okay, so you can just like go to this here, and basically I'm just going to say class name. I'm just going to say text. Maybe I just say text primary, font bold, and maybe text SM. Okay, so here I'm just going to say text extra small. Okay, that is very small. Let me leave the way it was. The only thing I'm just going to say is just going to say target target blank. Okay, so let's just go ahead, and now we can just click it. Okay, so you can just, it opens this. So if you click on login, it takes you this login. So this is now the sub-parish login for this. I'm just going to go ahead and add in this check. So right now the login, basically it is wired. If you just go to the login, when someone logs in, when you submit, let's see what happens. So on submit, you can see it here. It just identifies, it just gets the result. And if the result set user to data.user, wait, create login log. Okay, so it receive in the log, toast, login successful, handle redirect. So this takes in the whole entire user, and is saying here is checking this user. Now if you look at the user we are using right now, is this user in the auth 2. So we can actually just add in something which might be also null, which is actually church ID. Church ID, just like this. So this might be string or null. So now after this, we, instead of saying we route to the this, just going to say if, first of all, we can just get the role, const role is equal to user dot role, and you can just say if role is equal to super admin. Just going to say redirect, or we're just going to say route dot push. So this one is going to push to slash super super admin, just like this. Just going to route to the super admin. Else, I think at that point we can just say so we're just going to get also here so would want at this point to route to, first of all, if the person tries to log in from this side here, okay, at this point we need to route him to the we need even to actually make a toast at this point, because would want to log him, but let me just go down here where we have this function. Okay, so before we toast this handle redirect, like wow, we toast like before we toast. By the way, even this set use, I'm just going to check them. Set tokens. Right now, what I want is this login successful and routing. Now, depending where you logged in from, if someone tried to log in from here and is not a super admin, so if the admin is not, if the person who is logging in here is not a super admin, probably we should either route him to the home page and maybe we just toast him and say, so I'm just going to say if instead of this toast here, I'm just going to say if the user dot what is the user result dot data dot user. So if result dot data dot user dot role is not equal to super admin, okay, then we're just going to say toast. So just going to say toast dot error, and we're just going to say let's go and just say here not authorized. Okay, so just going to say here I was going to say you are not authorized to login. You are not authorized to login from here. Okay, I think this should happen before we even actually because I feel like, so this side here where we have we're just going to put this one just for the check, okay, then I'm just going to say errors this, okay, then this is going to be route router dot push, and this is going to be pushing to the super admin, Okay, I'm just going to push it to the super admin. The actual thing is going to happen in this login user, because we don't want to say it actually, because this is where the response comes from, and then we get the login data here. And if there is no login data, blah blah, before we create this session with this login data, this is where we want to actually return a response. So I just want to return this here. I'm just going to say if login data dot user dot okay dot role is not equal to super admin. Okay, so just here want to return this. So just say return, and just going to return this object error. Just going to say success false, and we're just going to say that the error you're going to issue here okay, just going to say login failed. Okay, we don't even want to tell him is not authorized or anything. Just going to say login failed. So that means if I try to log in now from if I just log out, I don't know that I should log out from here or here. Oh, I just wanted to actually to log in, so I'm just going to go ahead and first try to log in from here using this and see if this is going to work. So this should just like give us login failed from this side. Okay, so you can see here it says login failed, so you cannot log in from here. Okay, the actual problem is that we're using the same behind the scene, we're using the same login. Let's see how we are going to handle that. So because we have the super here, okay, so we're just going to go here in this whole thing. So inside the auth, where is the auth? Super admin. Components. Okay, no, I just want the subdomain, sorry. So inside the subdomain, we have the auth. So the only just difference is going to happen is we're just going to go on the auth page and we're just going to go ahead and get the subdomain. Okay, so on the login, So here on this page, I'm just going to go ahead and get the subdomain. So we can just get this code from, for the subdomain, we can just get it from the subdomain page here. So you can just go ahead and get it from here. So in the auth, we just go ahead and get this. So before we route the user to the dashboard, just going to comment out this for now. On this page, I'm just going to pass in the params. Params, they return a promise, and then you're just going to have subdomain string, and we can just get this subdomain like this. So what I want is, we're just going to pass in the subdomain here. So this subdomain, we're just going to pass it in here like so. So if there is a subdomain, we just know. If there is no subdomain, then we understand. Similarly, if we are on this page, we can check if user.id. So we can also check the subdomain here. So we can just say if that is the case, if user, then inside here we can do the check. We can say if also, okay, if subdomain, then if that is the case, we just want to redirect, and want to redirect to slash. So since we are just inside now the subdomain, so we just simply say slash dashboard, okay, slash dashboard, and then else is going to be redirect to super admin, just like that. So just go ahead and handle this situation of the subdomain here. So if we have in here, just going to have a subdomain, which is going to be a string or null, okay, which you can just even just say string or undefined, just like this. So in that case, when we are submitting, or if we're just going to do this, we can just say that, okay, so we take in the credentials, and then we are logging in the person. We set the user, and so in this case the routing becomes easy because we just gonna need to do this. We're just going to say if subdomain, if we have the subdomain, then we're just going to simply route router. Okay, first of all, we just need to this the toast has to run up here, but then we're just going to use this for redirecting. So just going to say here router dot push, and we're just going to push to slash, because slash dashboard. Otherwise, yes, it is just going to say router dot push, and we're just going to push to the super admin. Okay. So even if I remove this now we just need to simply remove what we did this side. Okay, so we are just like said, if someone is not that means like we cannot log in, and we're using the same login, so let's just leave it like that. That means now we can log in from both ends. So I'm just going to get this login, bring it to some other, like this side. Okay, nice. And then we have this one. So let's log in using this one. So this, I will add in the admin. Okay, so even if okay, I'm just going to first log in from this side. Okay, so this one should just route us to the super admin, right? Okay. Like that. In the super admin, we just go to the, so if I just go this side, let's try to log in with this. So this one should take us, as you can see, it should just route us to the admin, so which it did not happen. Just going to check one thing here. So if you just go back to the admin here, so in the admin, more especially in the layout, we are actually also checking the server, and we are saying if there is no, at the point this check is should pass it. I'm not sure why he did not pass this. Let me just try to go manually to the dashboard. Okay, so it went to the dashboard. Okay, which looks nice. Okay, it looks nice, but I wanted to use the other red one, the blue one that is using our theme. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, because to bring this whole one which has so many things. So we need to change this all this to look like the way we have the one for the super admin. So if we just go to the super admin layout, so basically we should just like have the same exactly like this within here. So let's try to get the sidebar from the super admin, and this one also from the super admin. And if you go back to this side, let's refresh. We have let's say in the super admin component sidebar, I think it has cached for some reason. I'm just going to go to the web. Let's stop this, start again. Okay, so there is something we have to fix about this. So you can see now I'm on the Kamori Parish auth login, and it is saying that this page is actually not found. So this here, you have to understand that behind the scene, this doesn't actually mean anything. The subdomain, because it is just only rewriting the page. So we have to configure this in the middleware. Okay, this page later, this is the home page. This one is just like slash. I'm just going to show you. So this is slash, and when you go to slash auth login, this page here, I've just like commented it out. I just renamed it to old to actually see if it is working or not. This here, okay, this. So we need to go to the middleware. So you can see in the middleware they are saying they first extract the subdomain, and if the subdomain, so you can see otherwise they just continue as usual, but if there is a subdomain, okay, so you just need to do these things here. There is if the path is equal to slash, you can see they are writing it to s then subdomain. So what I just need to do is I need to do this else if. So else if if I'm just going to do here. So if the path is, for instance, auth, it is just going on auth login, then if the path name is equal to this slash auth login, then we write to s subdomain auth login like this. Then it is if, so it is if, or we could just say let's just like name it also it is if the path name, so just say if the path name is equal to slash admin dashboard, sorry, dashboard, we just need to rewrite to this auth dashboard here, dashboard. Okay, so now with this we should be good. So if I just go back to this, you can see now that this should return. So I'm just going to hover, I'm just going to go ahead and reload. So this one should now work because it's going to, when you go to auth login, it's going to direct to the other path. Okay, so you can see it actually went to the dashboard. So now, still now on the dashboard, we are not yet there because slash dashboard is not working properly, and I thought I added it here. So you said else if path name is slash dashboard. Okay, if path name is slash dashboard, then to do direct. So just go back and reload. So now it should work. And just give it some seconds. Okay, so it's bringing this, and the the sidebar is not working, but we can actually fix that just in a second. I'm just going to go here. So since we have the super admin, the only thing they could just share maybe would be the okay. We could just like for now I'm just going to first leave, I think, put the other old ones. Oh, we commented them out. Oh no. So I'm just going to say that we commented them out. Let's go back. Let's just wait a second. Okay, nice. So you can see that we have this. So we're just going to fix this ultimately to look much better than this. Okay, just going to fix it to look much better than this. But so far now, this is how it looks like. So we can fix these. We can just go ahead and fix these links. Okay, or we just change them. So I'm just going to go to the sidebar. So these are coming from this sidebar config, the nav items. So you can see we have staff, agent, and all those ones. Like I'm just going to go ahead and just comment some of these ones. Okay, just like that. Okay, so I'm just going to first leave it at that. Yep. So now we are good, at least with the dashboards. Okay, we're just going to change the name here to put the one for this, but for now this is a good start. Okay, yeah, so we're just going to wind up and then we deploy. Okay, so for some reason after the login I go to, let me first see. We can start from the actual login page that is inside the auth. Auth login page here. So here we just like routing to slash we are redirecting slash dashboard. That is if you just came, but after the first login you just go inside. So on this one the routing is based on here. Okay, the routing is based on here. So unless we do a full path, I'm just going to try doing a full path. Let me just go to where we have the church table. I will just go ahead and copy this href here, or this entire route, and I will just go back to the login, and if subdomain I will just go ahead and push to this. Okay, I can import the protocol. Let's import the protocol and the subdomain. Right now we have it, and this. So now just going to put slash dashboard, maybe there. Let me try one more time. Just going to go this side. Let's go ahead and say logout, and the logout that is the other side, I'm not sure where it is. Okay, I'm not going to mind about that right now. I'm just going to go ahead and say it in one more time. Okay, so right now it routes in the right place. Okay, which is really nice. So the whole entire dashboard now, we're just going to, if I log in from this one, let's see where it takes me. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go to the sidebar. So if you just go to super admin, it has this sidebar here, and I'm very sure there is where it has handle logout. So you can just go down here to where we have this logout. So it has this button, logout. Apparently it is not doing anything, this one. Okay, so we could just like create our logout button, but for now I'm just going to say on click. Okay, just going to say on click. We can just run a function. I'm just going to say that, okay, let me just run a function called handle logout. Okay, so let's create handle logout on top here quickly. Async function handle logout. So first of all, we're just going to say await logout, just like this, and then we can just router.push. So router, so you can just come here and I say const router is equal use router, and then you're just going to say router.push, and you're just going to push. Now if you just check in this, we have the access to the role, so we can base on the role to push. So you can just say if role is equal to super admin, then you're just going to router.push, and you're just going to push to super admin, right? Else, just going to router.push, and we're just going to push to slash so just going to slash auth slash like this. So in the sidebar, if we wanted, we could also pass in if that doesn't work, we're just going to look at passing in the subdomain itself. So just going to come here, so if I click now log out, okay, take me in the right place, and if I click log out here, it should also take me in the right place. Now one thing that I have to do is to make sure that the page is showing this. So we either redirect or So for now, we're just going to redirect, but in the future, we're just going to add some things on the super admin dashboard. So I'll just go to the page. So instead of showing the user profile, I'm just going to right now just say that I'm just going to say that redirect. I'm just going to go ahead and redirect to the to slash super admin slash churches, like that. So for now, this whether you put this or not doesn't matter. It's going to be redirecting like this. I'm just going to first also refresh this side. Okay, now we don't have this auth login. Okay, so basically what we can do is we have this layout. So this, we can just recall this just going to change this to admin login. So this is admin, just like this, or super admin. Just going to stop the server. So we have now admin login. We can just actually remove this. So one thing that we're just going to do now is on the logout. So where we're putting somewhere here that if you're logging out, if this this is supposed to be admin login. So just say admin login, and then in the super admin in the layout here, when you're routing to this, just going to route to admin login. Okay, yeah, so at that point, just going to run. I'm just going to go ahead and do some push. We still have some errors I need to fix very fast, because I can see we have, so I'm just going to say pnpm. Let me first stop the server, pnpm build. I don't know where this red is coming from. So I'm just going to wait for it to build, and then I will push. I don't know why the web is in red, more especially this. The auth is indicating that something is not right. Okay, so I think there is no problem right now. Okay, so can't resolve app dashboard. So let's go to this. Super admin user profile. So if I just go here, let's see. User detail PDF. Or it was in the dashboard. I'm not sure if we need that. I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, let's run another build. We still have red. I'm not sure why, but let's run again. Just going to be so right now we haven't reached on that part of this user profile. So basically what I can do is this whole thing of the user profile, I can just go ahead and delete it. Okay, I'm just going to leave only the pages I'm using right now. So the subadmin has the churches and the few components that we created. In the page here now, we no longer have this user profile. Okay, let's just run build again. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and run and fix all the errors and see if I can just like push this. Okay, so finally it has finished. I'm just going to go ahead and push this from outside. So I'm just going to say cd, you can just say git add. Okay, I just say added maybe domain login. Just gonna say here git commit added maybe domain login, and git push. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and push both the front end and the back end. Okay, nice. So I'm just going to go ahead and see you in the next episode, guys. I'm really tired. I'm just going to see if I can create a demo, and then I will see you in the next one.